The bustling street was bathed in bright lights as a man stood frozen in place, staring at his phone screen. The date on the screen read December 17th, 2028, 7:24 p.m. For others, it was just another ordinary winter night. But for Li Hexuan, it was the second time he had lived through this day. In his previous life, he had died. He died after the apocalypse struck, betrayed and killed by the woman he had spent 3 years worshipping, and by the so-called brother he had once saved, only to be stabbed in the back. He vividly remembered the very moment his last breath left him and the cold, mocking smiles on their faces as they watched him die. But now he was back to the beginning, before the world fell into chaos. There was exactly 1 month left until the city would be swallowed by a catastrophic flood. And right in front of him stood that very woman who had betrayed him in his past life. Jia Shuwen, with her usual disdainful expression, was berating him, telling him they came from different worlds, that he couldn't give her the life she wanted, and he should just stop pestering her. She thought she was rejecting a pathetic, spineless admirer. What she didn't know was that the person standing before her retained vivid memories of precisely how she would destroy him in the future. Li Hexuan didn't bother to argue, didn't even try to plead. Instead, he lifted his hand and delivered a crisp slap across her face without hesitation. His move was sharp and decisive, and his words just as cold. "This is what you owe me." Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away. Behind him, the woman clutched her face and screamed threats about ruining his reputation. But reputation? To someone who knew that the entire city would soon sink beneath the waves, it was a trivial thing that no longer held any value. His mind had one singular focus now: beat the clock and gather resources. He remembered every small detail of how the apocalypse began. A month-long torrential downpour, the dam breaking, and East City being consumed entirely by floodwaters. But the true nightmare wasn't the water, it was what lurked within it. Mutated aquatic creatures, savage and deadly, rivaling zombies in their ferocity. At first, they could only survive in water, which made them somewhat manageable. But over time, they would evolve, growing limbs and learning to crawl onto land, faster and more dangerous than any human. He had just 1 month to prepare, and he planned to make every second count. In the following 2 weeks, Li Hexuan turned his memories of the past life into pure capital. He took out high-interest loans, maxed out online credit platforms, sold his house, and funneled everything into an almost surefire scheme, betting on the FIFA World Cup finals. How did he know the outcome? It was history repeating itself. Thanks to what most would call insane gambling, he amassed a staggering 50 million yuan in just 2 weeks. And he wasn't about to spend that money on luxuries. Every single penny was meant for his survival. With the money in hand, he made his first move, purchasing a secluded villa situated at the very top of a remote mountain on the outskirts of the city. The villa was so desolate that the closest landmark was a public park at the mountain's base, and it required climbing more than 6,000 steps to reach. It had sat abandoned for over a decade, largely ignored due to its inconvenient location. When he paid for it in full without negotiating a single cent, the saleswoman looked at him as if he'd gone mad. She had no idea of the villa's significance, what this place had represented in his last life. After the flood took over the world, this villa became the birthplace of one of the most formidable survivor groups. Its strength didn't lie in the location alone. There was a bigger secret hidden here. The moment the transaction was done, Li Hexuan moved in, even before the official paperwork was finalized. He headed straight to the basement, looking for a concealed hidden room. Dust flying in the air, he pushed open the door to reveal an entire wall stacked with firearms and crates full of ammunition. The villa's previous owner, an ex-soldier haunted by trauma from his past, had fortified the house into something resembling a bunker. It was so heavily altered that renovations were nearly impossible. These hidden weapons were the true reason the survivor group had flourished. Li Hexuan grabbed a pistol, loaded it, and held it firmly in his hands. His gaze was steely, determined. This time, he wouldn't let history repeat itself. Chen Hao, the man who had betrayed him and taken over the team in his previous life, and that woman, neither of them would get away so easily this time. But vengeance wasn't his only goal. What drove him truly was the desire to save the brothers who had fought by his side, the ones who had died for him in his last life. This time, He was going to ensure they all made it out alive. Over the coming days, he tirelessly transported supplies up the mountain. Thousands of boxes of instant noodles, thousands of cans of fruit and meat. The delivery drivers thought he had completely lost his mind. Who in their right mind stockpiles this much food? Yet, truck after truck loaded with goods made its way to that isolated mountain villa. Meanwhile, outside, the rain had been pouring down relentlessly for 3 days straight. The humid air hung thick, suffocating, signaling the storm was only just beginning. The only person he let in on part of the plan was Zhang Nan, his childhood friend. Zhang Nan, a simple mechanic who hadn't gone to college, was loyal to a fault. In his previous life, when the apocalypse first struck, Zhang Nan had risked his life to save Li Hexuan from a mutated fish monster, only to die himself after succumbing to an infected wound. This time, Li Hexuan refused to let history repeat itself. Using the villa's renovations as an excuse, he stubbornly kept Zhang Nan by his side. Zhang Nan was bewildered. Why would you blow all that money on this godforsaken place? If you got rejected by a girl, isn't there a better way to deal with it? Li Hexuan merely chuckled. What if I told you the apocalypse is coming? You're an idiot, Zhang Nan retorted, rolling his eyes. Li Hexuan didn't argue, only smiled and said, just wait and see. The relentless rain continued for 2 weeks without pause, each day heavier than the last. And then, it happened, the dam burst. The radio broadcasts turned grim. Global water levels surged. Deserts transformed into lakes. Island nations disappeared beneath the tide. The world, as everyone knew it, was drowning. Standing on the villa's rooftop, Li Hexuan watched as the floodwaters swallowed the park below, inch by inch. To most, this was the climax of the apocalypse, but he knew the truth. The real slaughter was about to begin. Tonight, the dormant fish eggs nesting in the floodwaters would hatch en masse. By nightfall, the first wave of mutated fish creatures would rise, hunting humans. He had even calculated the likelihood of what would happen next. In the city, those with boats or rafts would attempt to paddle their way to the highest point, the mountain he now occupied. Few would make it past the predators lurking underwater. But if even the smallest fraction made it to the top, his sanctuary would no longer be safe. He wasn't planning to play the hero. He had no intention of letting outsiders into his refuge. Meanwhile, across the city, that woman who had scorned him, Jia Shuwen, huddled in fear on the rooftop of a 12-story building. The floodwaters had already swallowed the 11th floor and were creeping higher, inching closer to ending her world. The building was just 1 floor short of completion. Jia Shuwen's makeup was ruined by her tears, because, in her last life, during this exact moment, she should have been safely hiding out in the high-rise suite of a wealthy trust fund heir. But in this life, because of that slap from Li Hexuan, she'd been too busy spreading rumors to ruin him and missed the appointment she should have attended. As a result, she found herself trapped with ordinary citizens, stranded with no way out. The threads of fate had subtly shifted course. As hopelessness crept over the people stuck on the rooftop, a kayak appeared on the water. The stranded waved their hands frantically and screamed for help. One shouted they were rich, another promised loyalty for life. But the man paddling the boat had eyes only for one person. His name was Wang Rue, one of Jia Shuwen's devoted admirers. In their last life, he had even sworn to destroy Li Hexuan for her. Now, paddling straight toward the building where Jia Shuwen waited, he called her name excitedly, staging the rescue in his head like the knight saving the damsel in distress. What Wang Rue didn't realize, however, was that he wasn't paddling just toward his goddess, but also into the jaws of danger. Below the murky waters, something newly hatched and silently approaching lurked beneath the surface. Elsewhere, Li Hexuan stood by the water near his villa, gripping a fishing spear in his hand and staring at the murky river. He was waiting for the first mutated fish to break the surface. Zhang Nan, holding a semi-automatic rifle on his back, approached him. Confused, he asked, "What exactly are you looking for?" Li Hexuan didn't turn his head to answer. He knew that in just a short while, Zhang Nan would stop asking such naive questions. Li Hexuan shushed Zhang Nan in a low voice, ordering him to remain silent as he tightened his grip on the spear until his knuckles turned white. In one sudden motion, he plunged the spear into the water. The surface erupted, splashing as green blood spread like ink across the murky floodwaters. Li Heshuan hauled something large out of the water and flung it onto the shore, a monstrous fish as thick as a grown man's arm, with black scales, green eyes, and dorsal fins shaped like a row of reversed knives. Its most terrifying feature, however, was its rows of serrated shark teeth that could rip a person in half with one bite. This was the creature that would soon turn this city into a slaughterhouse, and it had arrived far earlier than anyone expected. Before Zhang Nan could fully comprehend, Li Heshuan snatched the semi-automatic rifle off Zhang's back. A single shot to the head, and the mutated fish dropped dead. Zhang Nan's scalp prickled in fear as he stammered, What the hell is that thing?" Li Heshuan, short on time to explain, met Zhang's bewilderment with a simple warning. "Kill as many as you can now, before they mutate further. Once they fully transform, killing them won't be this easy." With that, Li Heshuan pulled out a switchblade and expertly sliced open the monster's head, rummaging through its insides. He was after something specific, a mutation crystal. These crystals were rare and not found in every mutant creature, but when absorbed by humans, they provided the chance to awaken superhuman abilities. In his last life, it had taken him 2 months to uncover this secret. By then, others had already awakened and gained a head start, leaving him to scramble for the scraps. After weeks of struggle and risking his life, he managed to acquire one crystal and successfully awakened his power. But this time, he was determined to be the first. Luck was on his side. The very first fish he killed contained a faintly green crystal. Without hesitation, Li Heshuan popped it into his mouth, leaving Zhang Nan utterly horrified. "That thing looks radioactive," Zhang shouted, lunging to stop him, but Li Heshuan raised a hand to block him. "It's fine," he reassured. Slowly, he felt a warm, familiar energy coursing through his body. The ability he had wielded in his last life had returned in this one, only earlier. Electric manipulation. He could control all nearby electricity, but couldn't generate it out of thin air. That limitation, though, was manageable. All he needed was a good battery on hand to offset his weakness. Li Heshuan turned to see the horrified expression plastered across Zhang Nan's face and mischievously smirked. "Ever heard of the Lightning Lord?" he teased, a small spark of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Nervously, Zhang Nan instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the water was bustling with activity. Kayaks, motorboats, and makeshift rafts crafted from plastic barrels, paint buckets, wooden planks, and mattresses created a chaotic flotilla. People, when faced with death, suddenly demonstrated an incredible knack for survival innovation. Jia Shuwen sat in Wang Rui's kayak, nibbling on a piece of bread and sipping bottled water. Her complexion was finally regaining some color. Smiling sweetly at Wang Rui, she cooed, "All those other guys only ever cared about my looks, but not you. You're the only one who's ever truly cared for me. I must have been blind before." Wang Rui's face lit up, puffed with pride at her compliment. What he didn't realize was that her kind words were nothing more than calculated manipulation, flattery offered only to keep her safe. Inside, she felt nauseous just letting those words leave her mouth. Wang Rui eagerly shared their plan. Their destination was Fallen Leaf Mountain in Green Forest Park, the highest elevation point in the city, safely above the floodwaters. "We just need to hold out there until rescue comes," he explained with optimism. It was a sentiment shared by most on the water. They sailed past pleas for help from those stranded on rooftops, ignoring them without slowing down. In their arrogance, they felt like kings of this new world. Those with boats and resources were the real winners of the apocalypse now. None of them realized the true opening act of this disaster had just begun. On a different vessel, the hum of a motor echoed through the water as Li Heshuan stood on the deck of his own boat, a large battery strapped to his back. Zhang Nan remained alert with his rifle, watching from behind. Abruptly, a mutated fish leapt from the water, aiming straight for them. Zhang took the shot but only managed to graze the creature's body. It wasn't a clean hit. Lack of firearm training was evident in his shaky aim. Then, a powerful arc of white lightning shot out from the battery on Li Heshuan's back. The electric charge struck the fish mid-air, turning it into a smoking, charred corpse before it even hit the deck of their boat. The acrid stench of burned flesh filled the air. Zhang Nin swallowed hard, his throat dry. He stared at the person in front of him, someone who, in their past life, had cowered behind him and been scorned as nothing more than a pitiful admirer of a vain goddess. But now, this same person wielded the power of lightning, standing tall as his protector. A newfound determination ignited in Zhang Nan's chest, and he promised himself, I can't slow Hechuan down. I need to awaken too. I'll fight by his side. Li Hechuan gazed at the now calm surface of the water, a fleeting sense of déjà vu washing over him. In his last life, at this precise moment, he had been trembling atop a rooftop, helplessly watching swarms of fish pull people underwater one by one as they tried to escape the city. But this time, things would be different. While others rushed to flee the city and sought refuge on Fallen Leaf Mountain, Li Hechuan took a different road. Steering his small boat against the current, he headed directly back into the city, making his way to the 3rd Municipal Hospital. In this apocalyptic world, money was useless. The true currency was survival supplies, especially precious medical items. Among them, the rarest and most invaluable were controlled substances, so scarce later that even trading lives couldn't secure them. The mountain was fortified, wrapped in barbed wire and steel reinforcements, leaving only one main road that wound upward toward the peak, a road purposefully designed with narrow choke points to function as barriers. For any outsider to break through uninvited, they'd practically need to grow wings and fly. The hospital stood on elevated ground, and it was estimated that the floodwaters had likely climbed no higher than the 5th floor by now. With a bit of luck, there might still be a chance to transport a batch of life-saving drugs. At this moment, the upper floors of the 3rd Municipal Hospital were crowded with medical staff who had endured an entire day and night stranded. Hungry, terrified, and teetering on the edge of despair, their patients had worn paper thin. The bald, visibly stressed hospital director had already lost his composure, barking at an anxious young nurse who kept pestering him with questions about when rescue might arrive. He cursed loudly, for no one wanted to escape alive more than he did. However, the ones who had slyly pushed the rookie nurse to risk the director's fury were the senior head nurses. They themselves were far too frightened to bear the brunt of his anger. The young nurse, Su Mingyi, was a recent graduate. She held back tears and suddenly remembered a survival video she had seen online. Trying to stay hopeful, she suggested using the piles of mattresses and bedsheets in the hospital to make rafts and paddle to Liya Mountain. Her idea felt like a lifeline, something to cling to. The director immediately approved it, urging everyone to get to work. Su Mingyi threw herself into the task with everything she had. Ironically, when the time came, she was the first one left behind. Meanwhile, Li Hechuan was carving a path forward with gunfire, dissecting the mutated fish creatures with growing speed and precision. His companion, Zhang Nan, was getting better by the second, his aim sharpening as the duo sped up their grisly work. But with all the kills they made, they hadn't found a single crystal stone. Zhang Nan cursed under his breath. Li Hechuan responded with a wry smile. The drop rate of those stones was miserably low, enough to make anyone pull their hair out. But he reminded himself that awakening abilities didn't necessarily depend on the stones. A very rare few could awaken on their own. In his previous life, he had known someone like that. His thoughts drifted back to Su Mingyi. In his last life, he had met her 6 months after the apocalypse began. At the time, he was working in an official military-run shelter and encountered her while scavenging for supplies. She was doing everything on her own, and he saved her life during a dangerous encounter. After that, she latched onto him, claiming she owed him her life. During their final joint mission, she sacrificed herself to protect him, dying in his arms. He had asked her, "Why did you push yourself so much?" "I never told you to." Her reply haunted him. "Because you were the only one who was willing to save me. The only one who didn't abandon me." Now, having been reborn, he had thoughts of finding her. But there was a problem. She had refused to reveal anything about her past. Even up until the day the apocalypse began, all he knew was her name. He whispered a quiet hope to himself. "Let's meet again this time." But his thought was interrupted by the splash of another fish-like monster bursting from the water. A sharp crack of lightning from his hand ended the creature's leap instantly. What he didn't know was that the hospital he was rushing toward had just launched its makeshift rafts on the water. The rain hadn't stopped. Heavy downpours hammered the rafts, which were proving unsteady and dangerously unreliable. Many couldn't support any weight and sent people plunging into the water as soon as they tried to board. Sumingi watched a co-worker fall in and instinctively wanted to paddle over to help. But then a horrifying scream shattered the air. Massive, vicious fish monsters exploded from the depths, blood spreading like ink in water as the struggling victim was dragged under almost instantly. The monstrous fish had caught the scent of blood, and they began leaping out of the water, attacking anyone who had fallen in. The entire waterway turned into a red, boiling pit of blood and splashing chaos. A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, briefly illuminating the scene. Panic took hold. Someone screamed, "There are monsters in the water. Go, go!" Fear spread like wildfire, and people frantically paddled away, desperate to escape. But these creatures, now tasting blood, wouldn't let their prey slip away so easily. One after another, they emerged, teeth gnashing, tearing at anything they could catch. Frozen with terror, Sumingi could barely move. Her hands gripped the paddle, numb and useless. Her raft, one of the sturdier ones, held more than a dozen people, including the hospital director. Seeing her paralyzed with fear, the director slapped her hard across the face and shouted, "Ro, do you want to die here?" In the distance, the one person capable of saving them was piloting a boat, cutting through the bloody waters, heading straight for the chaos. Loya Mountain now stood as an isolated peak, surrounded on all sides by filthy, rising floodwaters. Although the rain had started to ease, the water showed no signs of receding. The mountain seemed to float precariously, like a lone leaf on an endless ocean. Li Hixuan was fully aware that starting today, danger wouldn't just come from the water. Desperate hunger could drive people to be even more dangerous than the mutated fish. Being the highest point in East City, it was inevitable that every survivor with a functioning boat or a will to live would head this way. But his plan wasn't to rescue them. His plan was to protect this last stronghold with everything he had. The first group of visitors arrived soon enough. 7 or 8 people on a rickety raft clumsily paddled to the foot of the mountain, drenched and wild-eyed. But beneath their desperate eyes lingered a glint of greed. The burly, shirtless man leading the group spotted the villa perched atop the mountain and hollered, "Hey, if you've got any sense, hand over all your food and water. This mountain's ours now." His tone made it sound like he owned the place. Li Hixuan didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned to Zhang Nan and said calmly, "Teach them a lesson." Grinning from ear to ear, Zhang Nan sauntered to the edge of the wall and picked up a massive green stone the size of a small tabletop. It had to weigh at least several hundred pounds. With veins bulging on his arms, he hoisted it clean over his head with a roar of effort and slammed it down onto the ground. The impact sent a deep thud echoing in the air, trembling the very earth beneath their feet. The group below froze mid-insult, their voices choking in their throats. Legs trembling, they stumbled and backed away in terror. Only then did Li Hixuan step forward, leaning against the balcony railing casually. His voice was low, but every word struck like a hammer. "This mountain is Li's now. You want to live? You earn it. With work, with skill. Freeloaders can leave right now." The burly man quaked with fear, but stubbornly puffed out his chest, challenging him. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Li Hixuan didn't waste time with words. A flick of his finger unleashed a searing arc of blue lightning that cut through the rain and struck the muddy ground half a meter in front of the man. The earth erupted with a wet, blackened explosion. Covered in mud and terrified, the man fell flat into the water, trembling uncontrollably, any courage utterly stripped from him. Li Hixuan added coldly, "Say one more word, and the next strike will split your head." Scrambling back to their raft, the group paddled away as quickly as they could. But they didn't go far, lingering at a distance with resentment in their eyes as they stared back at the mountain. Zhang Nan chuckled at their cowardice, but Li Hixuan's expression remained serious. This was only the beginning. As time went on, more people, stronger, more desperate people, would come trying to climb this mountain. Turning to Zhang Nan, he made things clear. "This isn't a refuge or a charity. If people want to stay, they follow my rules. They prove their worth." Thus, their stronghold was born, Laishan Base, the Thunder God Base. A name decided, Their next task was to ensure it lived up to that name. Together, Li Heshuan and Zhang Nin descended to the underground storage. The supplies left by the old soldier exceeded all expectations. Firearms, ammunition, tools, and piles of rusty but sturdy barbed wire and rebar. They set to work immediately, sealing off every hiking route and climbable path up the mountain with traps and barriers, leaving just one narrow, heavily defended route to the top. Getting through without an invitation would be impossible, unless you could fly. The wooden planks and metal sheets were nailed tightly in place, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. He knew precisely where the weak points were, the spots most vulnerable to attack. It was as clear to him as looking into a polished mirror. With Zhang Nan's brute strength, steel bars weighing hundreds of pounds felt like twigs in his hands. In no time, they had set up a crude but effective barricade around the villa. Yet, after taking stock of their supplies, Li Heshuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. They had plenty of guns, sure, but the ammo, used for scaring off looters and occasionally taking out a stray fish monster, was dwindling faster than he had anticipated. In a world like this, running out of food or bullets was a shortcut to death. Especially the bullets. They were their trump card against both monsters and desperate men. Compared to the scavengers knocking at their door, this issue felt far more pressing and dangerous. By the next day, the rain had finally stopped, but the floodwaters showed no signs of receding. Li Heshuan decided to head down the mountain to clear out the fish monsters that lurked along the base of the slope while he still had the chance. But as they approached the water's edge, Zhang Nan's booming voice shifted into a nervous pitch. The fish monsters in the water were noticeably larger than just a few days ago. Their scales were thicker, their aggression sharper. They would occasionally leap out of the water and slam against the rocky shoreline. A sinking feeling clawed at Li Heshuan. The evolution of these creatures was happening too quickly, far faster than what he remembered from his past life. It was like watching his mental roadmap get quietly rewritten, eroding the advantage he thought he had. It was then that piercing screams in the distance drew their attention. A makeshift raft, barely held together with wooden scraps, carried 3 people desperately paddling, a giant wave churning in their wake. Suddenly, a massive fish monster, the size of a young bull, burst from the water and shattered the raft with a single bite. All 3 fell into the water. One barely had time to struggle before the creature's tail whipped them under, leaving a blood-red cloud spreading across the surface. Zhang Nin cursed, raising his rifle to shoot, but Li Heshuan grabbed his arm firmly to stop him. A creature this big, he said to himself, probably has a higher-tier source crystal in its gut. He wasn't about to act recklessly. Instead, he began setting up a plan. He had Zhang Nin provide suppressive fire, while he pulled a specially made harpoon from his belt, its tail fixed with an insulated wire leading back to a car battery. Zhang Nan's bullets thudded against the giant fish's thick armor, unable to penetrate, but successfully enraging it. The monster let out a piercing shriek, turning to charge at Zhang Nan, just the moment Li Heshuan had been waiting for. As the fish twisted, its vulnerable neck joint became exposed. With his muscles tightened like a drawn bow, Li Heshuan hurled the harpoon, driving it straight into the soft tissue. In one swift motion, he connected the wire to the battery, sending a surge of electricity through the harpoon and into the beast. The monster thrashed in agony, its massive body sending waves towering several meters high. Purple sparks danced across its skin as the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Shards of bone flew everywhere, slicing Zhang Nan's arm in several spots, though he gritted his teeth and kept firing, ensuring the creature couldn't recover. After just a few seconds, the fish jerked violently before going still, sinking below the surface as its inky green blood spread. Ignoring the stench, Li Heshuan rushed forward and sliced open its head, pulling out a glowing, thumb-sized green crystal. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the pure energy coursing within. It was far more powerful than regular source crystals. That single harpoon wasn't just a kill. It was another step up in his fight for survival. Meanwhile, 2 of the raft survivors, a man and a woman in their 30s with tattered clothing, had managed to crawl onto the shore. The moment they were safe, they fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly and begging for mercy, swearing they'd do anything, work like beasts of burden, just for a chance to live. Li Heshuan wasn't quick to respond. He scanned them with a piercing gaze before speaking. If you want to live, build yourself a shelter at the base of the mountain. You'll earn your keep with hard work for food and water. Then, his tone turned frosty as he gestured toward the villa. Without my permission, don't take so much as a step closer. Do so, and you'll face the consequences. The two nodded frantically, as if they'd been granted a pardon, and scurried off to start their work. Zhang Nan leaned in close and whispered, "We're really keeping them?" Li Hushuan's voice was calm as he replied, "We'll see. In times like these, having extra hands might not be a bad thing." But he didn't finish the sentence, though Zhang Nan caught his meaning. Looking down the mountain toward the water, flickering silhouettes came into focus in the distance. More fish monsters, slowly converging on the lone mountain. Clearly, peace on Laotian wasn't in the cards for tonight. Li Heshuan pocketed the green crystal, but didn't rush to absorb its energy. That evening, he tore through the supplies in their basement, pulling out 2 well-maintained assault rifles, a large-caliber handgun, and several bullets, meticulously loading each magazine. The car battery's light glowed steadily green, with an additional smaller power source prepped as backup. Nearby, Zhang Nin flexed his muscles, casually hefting a crowbar as if it were a twig. Their next destination wasn't going to be a leisurely outing. They were planning to head to Third City Hospital, a place far more dangerous than the waters they faced today. Li Heshuan was after antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, surgical tools, supplies worth more than gold in these times. Money couldn't buy them, and as the days dragged on, you'd have to risk your life to find them. He clearly remembered, Third City Hospital's pharmacy was the most well-stocked in the area. But he didn't sugarcoat things for Zhang Nan. He laid it out plainly. The trip would come with its share of trouble, not just the aquatic monsters, but also the risk of encountering other humans, some potentially even more dangerous. Zhang Nin merely grinned, pounding his chest with confidence, saying he'd follow even into hell. Before dawn, the rain fell again in torrents, hammering against the windows with relentless drumming. The outside world was a blur of white mist and rain-soaked chaos. Setting out in weather like this felt like tempting fate, and Zhang Nan suggested waiting. But Li Heshuan shook his head. It's exactly this kind of weather we need. Fewer people will be wandering out there. Who knows how long this storm will last? With that, the two geared up, wrapping their weapons in waterproof cloth, and pushed their small dinghy into the rain-soaked void. The journey to the city was tougher than expected. They hadn't gone far before fish monsters appeared one after another, following the scent of humans. While they weren't as massive as yesterday's giant creature, their numbers made up for it. And they were getting smarter. Some even used the current to sneak in from the sides. Zhang Nan's rifle barked endlessly, while Li Heshuan kept the boat steady, occasionally releasing arcs of blue electricity to fry the sneakiest ones. The pungent mix of rain, scorched flesh, and mud clung to every breath. The rain began to lighten as the water opened into a broader expanse. Ahead, a battered kayak floated, barely holding together. On board were 2 figures, looking utterly desolate, Wang Rui and Jia Shuan. Jia Shuan's shrill voice cut through the air, crying and ranting over what appeared to be a scrap of bread, shouting and threatening to jump in and feed the fish if she didn't get what she wanted. Jia Shuan had completely disregarded the dangers lurking in the water. Wang Rui, looking utterly dejected, tried coaxing her weakly, his desperate tone lacking any confidence. Quietly and unnoticed, Li Heshuan's boat crept up from their rear side. When Jia Shuan turned her head and saw the modified boat with a mounted gun at its bow, along with Li Heshuan and Zhang Nan in full gear aboard, her entire body froze. The expression on her face shifted several times. This was the man who used to be utterly spineless in front of her, not daring to make a peep. Now he had a boat and a gun, while she was here degrading herself over half a piece of moldy bread with someone as pathetic as Wang Rui. Wang Rui recognized him too, and his face twisted with loathing as he glared fixatedly at the objects on the boat, almost desperate enough to pounce and take a bite. But Li Heshuan didn't even spare them a glance. To him, these two were like a crumpled, filthy page torn out of an old book, something he wouldn't care to revisit. He held the boat's helm steady as the engine growled, speeding past their shabby raft and sending a spray of water crashing down on Jia Shuan. Wang Rui exploded in anger, yelling out his name, but his only answer was the fading sound of the motor. Jia Shuwen stared blankly at the boat disappearing into the rain, forgetting even her hunger. A while later, the shadow of the hospital building emerged in the distance. The sight was sickening. Most of the building was submerged, with only the top few dry floors remaining. Around it floated broken wooden rafts, along with bloated and disfigured corpses turned pale from soaking in the water. The air was a nauseating mix of blood and rotting flesh. But what made Li Hexuan tighten his grip on the helm wasn't the stench. It was the unsettling silence of the water here. Earlier, the monstrous fish had been causing a ruckus. Now, there wasn't even the faintest sign of movement. The eerie stillness raised his guard. Instinctively, he lowered the engine's volume to a barely audible hum. Sure enough, Zhang Nan, his voice trembling, pointed to the area under the boat. "I think there's something moving down there," he said in a hushed tone. Li Hexuan looked over, and under the murky water, a massive black shadow swept by in a flash, its passing current rocking their small craft. Its size dwarfed every other fish monster they had encountered before, and its speed was unsettlingly fast. Li Hexuan suppressed a curse under his breath. "There's something big down there. We can't use the main entrance." Zhang Nan wiped his sweat nervously and pointed to a half-open window on the second floor. The boat skimmed silently along the wall like a ghost, its motor nearly silent. Li Hexuan climbed up the wet, slippery wall and into the window, ensuring no one was inside before hoisting Zhang Nan in after him. The interior of the hospital was darker and more oppressive than outside, with the cloying smells of disinfectant, blood, and mildew making their heads throb. The hallways were a wreck, beds overturned, and scattered debris lay everywhere. In the distance, faint crying could be heard, punctuated with intermittent arguing. Staying low, the two crept upwards, heading for the higher floors that had not been submerged. As they reached the stairwell on the 5th floor, the sound of shouting erupted from one of the rooms. In a sharp and cruel voice, a man was demanding to know where food was hidden, followed by the cries of several women. A young woman, her voice trembling but defiant, responded that this was their collective rations, carefully saved to keep them alive, pointing out that some people were still feverish. A loud slap rang out, and the man snarled that she was ungrateful and shouted that he needed to survive first. It didn't matter if the women died of starvation. That defiant, trembling voice sent a jab through Li Hexuan's chest. It was too familiar. He gestured for Zhang Nan to stay silent as he crept to the doorframe and peeked through the gap. Inside, an obese, balding man who looked more like a dying toad in a suit, the hospital director, was towering over a group of female nurses huddling in a corner. He was raging, his finger jabbing the air. A younger nurse clutched her reddening cheek, her face streaked with unshed tears. Despite her burning face, she spread her arms protectively in front of a smaller, trembling nurse behind her. Her voice was firm. "You can't do that. That food is our lifeline," she said again. The director raised his hand for another blow, but a cold glint flashed in Li Hexuan's eyes. He didn't charge in immediately. Instead, he leaned close to Zhang Nan and whispered instructions. "Get down to the water and connect the abandoned electrical panels to a power source. Make noise, disrupt the waster, and stir things up outside." Zhang Nan grinned and nodded, taking the cables and slipping downstairs. Li Hexuan, judging the distance and angles, channeled a precise current of electricity toward the partly submerged equipment at the hospital's perimeter. A deafening blast rang out with a spray of sparks, followed by the chaotic crashing of metal into the water. It sounded like a storm of thunder had erupted. The commotion didn't just alarm the people in the hospital. It was like throwing glowing embers into a powder keg. The water outside exploded with violent, monstrous splashes and guttural screeches. Whatever had been lurking beneath was livid, drawn to the noise like a predator to blood. The hospital director flinched violently, his layers of fat quivering as the expression of dominance on his face fell away to pure terror. He stammered something about whether the creatures had come up and all at once lost his sinister veneer. Seizing the moment when everyone's focus was yanked toward the chaos outside, Li Hexuan smashed the door open with a powerful kick, Zhang Nan hot on his heels. The director's massive hand had frozen midair when a low but commanding voice cut through the room like an icy blade. Startled, everyone turned toward the door. Two unfamiliar men stood there, their presence filling the space like a thunderstorm. At the forefront was a man standing tall and rigid, his icy cold expression exuding an almost electric aura. He wasn't holding a gun, but that didn't matter. His sheer presence hit harder than any weapon. Sumingi, cradling her stinging cheek with her hand, froze. Her tear-streaked face tilted toward the doorway, her gaze meeting Li Hexuan's unyielding eyes. Something about his deep, unreadable gaze rooted her to the spot. She didn't know who he was, but in that instant, she forgot her fear, even her pain. What she couldn't know was that this man remembered everything. The way she would one day die fighting for him, the last words she would say to him. And yet, in this lifetime, this was the first time they had truly crossed paths. The director squared his shoulders, trying to put on a show of authority. "Who are you?" he demanded. Zhang Nan stepped forward like a human wall. The group of bullies behind the director, who had grown accustomed to throwing their weight around in this wasteland, rushed to back him up. One burly security guard swung a rubber baton at Zhang Nan's head, but Zhang Nan didn't even flinch. He caught the weapon mid-swing, twisting the man's wrist with a sharp snap. The security guard screeched in pain, clutching his arm, and the baton clattered to the ground. Another man tried a sneaky attack from the side, only to be met with the back of Zhang Nan's elbow, which sent him flying into the wall like a broken kite. He slid to the ground in an unconscious heap. The remaining henchmen froze, their legs quivering as they instinctively backed toward the wall, thoroughly cowed. Zhang Nan dusted off his hands like he was brushing off debris, leaving Li Hexuan's gaze. Light spilled onto the young woman who was still shielding the frightened young nurse, covering her face and refusing to bow down. In his last life, it had taken half a year to meet her. This time, she appeared before him early. In the post-apocalyptic world, medicine was as precious as life itself. Yet, this hospital, half-soaked by the relentless flood, remained under the grip of a bloated, self-serving director who only knew how to intimidate his own people. When Li Hexuan entered the scene, the director was in the middle of bullying a group of female nurses, his cronies cheering him on. As Li Hexuan approached, step by step, the man's bravado drained away. His round, sweaty face quivered, and he backed up against the wall until there was nowhere else to retreat. The director tried to throw out his usual line, "I'm the hospital director." But before he could finish, Li Hexuan drove his foot into the man's round belly. The blow folded him like a shrimp. Cold sweat poured from his face, and he couldn't utter another coherent word. "Picking on women? Does that make you feel powerful?" With a single cutting remark, the ward fell into pin-drop silence. The director's crew whimpered on the ground while the women who had been egging him on moments ago huddled in a corner, frozen in fear. It was clear that these two newcomers weren't afraid of playing rough. The young doctor, Su Mingyi, who had been shielding the nurse, finally snapped out of her daze. She helped the injured young nurse up, then turned and bowed deeply to the newcomers. However, Li Hexuan had no time for gratitude. He had come for something else entirely. "Where's the pharmacy?" he demanded. "Antibiotics, anesthesia, blood coagulants, first aid kits. I need it all." Hearing his request, Su Mingyi sobered up quickly. In these dire times, medicine equaled survival. Quickly, she mentally mapped out the hospital's layout. Common medications were stored in the central pharmacy on the 5th floor. The more regulated high-dose antibiotics and anesthetics were in the operating room cabinets, and the most potent drugs were in the central storage room on the basement level. But that area was already submerged. Pausing for a moment, she added, "The director's office safe might also have some stashed away." Li Hexuan wasted no time. He motioned for her to lead them to the 5th floor while nodding toward the group on the floor. "If you want to live, get moving. Bring everything down to the 2nd floor windows." Not daring to argue, the director's cronies scrambled to their feet, trembling as they turned into temporary laborers. The pharmacy door was locked, but one kick from Zhang Nan fixed that. Su Mingyi darted through the rows of shelves, her hands deftly sorting through medications while murmuring under her breath about broad-spectrum antibiotics, fast-acting painkillers, and fully stocked first aid kits. They stuffed supplies into waterproof bags and made a pit stop at the operating room for the restricted drugs and precision equipment. Heading back, they piled box after box by the 2nd floor window. They were nearly done. That's when the entire building jolted violently, as though struck by some monstrous force. Dust rained from the ceiling, cracks webbed across the walls, and the stagnant floodwaters outside began bubbling ominously. Suddenly, a massive, millstone-sized head surged out of the water. A creature that resembled a giant crocodile, but sported grotesque tentacles lined with sucker-like pads. Its amber-brown eyes glared with a primal, menacing light. With a whip of its tentacles, the beast smashed the outer walls between the second and fourth floors like a battering ram. Reinforced steel bars twisted like pretzels as the building swayed precariously. Zhang Nin opened fire, but the bullets couldn't even scratch the creature's thick eyelids. Sparks flew where the shots hit. "Hushwan, this thing's a damn tank," Zhang Nin yelled, frustration boiling. Their weapons seemed useless, and the floor was cracking beneath them. Li Hushwan wasted no time. He shoved Su Mingyi toward the window where the supplies were stacked. "Get the meds onto the boat now." Su Mingyi was pale as a sheet, but she bit her lip and held in her fear. Grabbing as many heavy waterproof bags as she could, she passed them down to safety while barking orders at the paralyzed young nurses to keep moving. But Li Hushwan didn't retreat. Instead, he dashed deeper inside the crumbling building. One thought burned in his mind: the auxiliary power room on the third floor. That main power line might still be live. He kicked the door open. Floodwater sloshed around his ankles while exposed electrical wires hissed and sparked. He yanked the battery pack off his back, the one he'd been relying on as his ace, and peeled back the insulation on a cluster of soaked cables. Pressing the battery's output terminals directly onto the wires, he channeled every ounce of his strength through his arms. "Blow this thing sky high," he roared. A blinding surge of electricity erupted from the damaged power box, illuminating the downpour like a thunderclap from the gods. The massive electric charge struck the creature square in its exposed head. The monster let out a heart-wrenching, ear-piercing shriek as its monstrous body convulsed and writhed uncontrollably, churning the floodwater into a frothy, green and black chaos of blood and burned flesh. Its tentacles, so destructive moments ago, now flopped lifelessly against the water. The cost of this move was high. Nearly all the energy in Li Hushwan's body was drained. Clinging to his last reserves of strength, he bolted out of the power room just as the building began to collapse. Leaping from the second-floor window, he landed on the rescue boat just before the hospital crumbled into rubble behind him. Zhang Nin revved the motor, sending the boat racing away as a cloud of dust and spray enveloped the sinking building. Once they were safely out of range, the adrenaline began to ebb. The supplies were intact. Most of the precision equipment made it out, and aside from some deep gashes from flying debris on Zhang Nan's arm, they were alive. Zhang Nan even cracked a grin through his exhaustion. Man, that was insane. The real surprise, however, came shortly after. As Su Mingyi moved to bandage Zhang Nan's wounds, she pressed her hands over the deep lacerations, hoping to ease his pain. At that moment, Zhang Nan felt a surprising warmth spread over the injury, as if the searing pain was being washed away. He looked down and froze. His jaw nearly hit the floor. The jagged gashes were bathed in a soft, greenish glow. The bleeding stopped, the swelling receded, and the torn flesh seemed to be knitting itself back together right before his eyes. Su Mingyi was just as stunned. Staring at her glowing hands, her mind went blank. She hadn't consciously done anything. She had simply wanted to take away the pain. But Li Hushwan recognized the phenomenon instantly. That gentle, life-giving energy. His weariness vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement. "Vitality's blessing," he murmured, almost in awe. The words felt weightless on his tongue. He had only seen this type of miraculous healing ability once or twice in his previous life. Every individual who possessed it had been treated like royalty, sought after by the most powerful factions. And now, here she was, a young doctor who had been struggling to protect others, awakening this extraordinary power. Clearing his throat, Li Hushwan couldn't contain the exhilaration from creeping into his voice. "Su Mingyi," he said, smiling. "Welcome to the Thunder God Initiative. It looks like we've really struck gold on this trip." He took a deep breath and explained briefly to her. This thing was called a special ability, and not everyone was born with one. Her ability to heal people was especially rare. Those mutated beasts, when killed, sometimes dropped something called essence crystals. Absorbing them could strengthen these abilities and make people tougher. Zhang Nan, listening in, nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. He hurriedly asked if he could get one too. Li Hexuan patted his arm and said, "Don't rush. Essence crystals are the real key to unlocking power." The small boat sliced through the morning light and docked at the foot of Fallen Leaves Mountain. In front of the lonely villa perched on the mountaintop, the man and woman they had saved earlier huddled next to the ramshackle shed, craning their necks to peer in their direction. Meanwhile, Su Mingyi kept squeezing her palm repeatedly, trying to feel that fleeting warm tingle. She still didn't fully understand it yet, but from this moment on, she held in her hands a trump card coveted by countless factions who'd fight tooth and nail to get it. At the foot of the villa, the male and female duo waiting there, Lu Zhong and Wang Li, spotted the boat approaching from afar. They noticed the new girl on board and, more importantly, the crates marked with red crosses loaded with medical supplies. Sharing a glance, relief and sycophantic smiles spread across their faces as they jogged over to greet the group. Li Hexuan wasn't interested in pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase by asking if anything had gone wrong in his absence. After receiving a "no problems here" answer, they carried the supplies into the villa. He had something urgent to confirm, whether Su Mingyi's ability on the boat was genuine skill or just dumb luck. Standing in front of Zhang Nan, he pressed lightly but firmly on the still bleeding wound on Zhang's arm, making him yelp and accuse him of attempted murder. Ignoring him, Li Hexuan motioned towards Su Mingyi. "You give it a shot. Do it again." Blushing slightly, Su Mingyi placed her hand on the wound. At first, nothing happened, and her confidence wavered. But under Li Hexuan's unwavering gaze that seemed to say, "You've got this," she gritted her teeth and steadied herself. Slowly, the warmth returned to her palm. A faint green glow began to seep through her fingers, enveloping the wound as the bleeding stopped and the swelling subsided. Even Su Mingyi exclaimed in surprise this time. By now, Li Hexuan was fully convinced. This kind of ability to heal injuries on the spot was priceless in a world like this. It was nothing short of a lifeline. He pulled a grayish stone out of his pocket and tossed it to her. "An essence crystal," he said calmly. "Low tier, from a mutated beast. Absorb it, and your power will grow stronger." Su Mingyi closed her eyes and attempted to use it. A stream of warmth flowed into her body, clearing her head and giving her better control over that green, glowing energy. With her ability confirmed, Li Hexuan wasted no time organizing their makeshift team. He'd lead the group and handle combat. Zhang Nin would stay back and serve as the defensive shield of their little base. Su Mingyi was tasked with healing the injured and, perhaps in time, even cultivating edible resources. As for Lu Zhong and Wang Li, his tone turned frosty. If they wanted to stay, they'd better prove their worth. And unless he gave the word, they were not to set foot in the villa. The pair nodded vigorously, grateful just to be allowed to stay. But the peace they'd just established was about to face a test. "Hey, look over there," Zhang Nin shouted, pointing towards the water. A new set of rafts was approaching. Li Hexuan grabbed his binoculars and scoped them out. 2 or 3 makeshift rafts were drifting closer, loaded with about a dozen people. Unlike the previous group of loud and brash thugs, these newcomers moved cautiously, slowing down as they neared the mountain's base and carefully observing the situation. Whether they were friendly or hostile, there was only one way to find out. Li Hexuan, taking Zhang Nan with him, descended to a spot partway down the mountain. The position offered a commanding view that allowed them to assert dominance over the group below. "This land belongs to Thunder God Base," Li Hexuan announced loudly and firmly. "If you want to come up the mountain, you play by our rules." The speech had the desired effect. Silence fell on the rafts as all eyes shifted to the shiny weapons in Li Hexuan and Zhang Nan's hands. A middle-aged man leading the group immediately put on a submissive smile and spun a tale of misfortune. A weeping woman joined him, detailing a sob story about having elderly and children to care for and not having eaten for days. It was enough to stir pity in softer hearts, but Li Hexuan remained unmoved. "We're not running a charity here, and we don't keep freeloaders. If you want to live, tell us what you can do. If you're just here to sponge off others, get lost." Among the group, a skinny, shifty-eyed guy tried to poke around for information. "How many people you got up there? How much food? Zhang Nen was about to explode, but Li Hushuan raised a hand to hold him back. Instead, he scanned the group's faces with intense scrutiny, picking out every expression. Fear, apathy, scheming, nothing escaped him. His gaze settled on a particular man sitting in a corner, dark-skinned, about 27 or 8 years old, calloused hands, and despite his disheveled appearance, his back was straight. "You, what did you do before all this?" Li Hushuan asked. "Zhou Yong," the man replied. "I was in the army, an engineer. Built bridges, constructed defenses. Pretty much anything you can name." Li Hushuan's mind clicked. In a lawless world like this, an army engineer who could build fortifications was worth far more than 10 hungry mouths to feed. Just then, chaos erupted. A scruffy-looking young man in the group suddenly jumped up, riling everyone up. "Why's the mountain your territory? Just 'cause you've got guns? There's more of us than you two. Let's just take their food and supplies." His fiery words were enough to provoke a few hot-headed individuals who looked ready to move. Li Hushuan didn't waste time arguing. His fingers twitched, and faster than anyone could react, a thin arc of electric blue shot from his hand, striking the instigator's leg. The man collapsed with a scream, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. He wasn't dead, but the sight was enough to instantly kill any rebellious thoughts amongst the group. Fearful, trembling legs and dumbfounded expressions spread across the rafts. "Anyone else want to test me?" Li Hushuan asked coldly. Silence took over, thicker than before. Then, out of nowhere, a child's piercing cry broke through the suffocating tension. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6, had been either pushed or frightened and now sported a gash on her arm with blood pouring out. Her frantic mother held her tightly, utterly lost. Unnoticed, Su Mingyi had followed them down the mountain. She had also seen Li Hushuan's display of force moments ago, and while a bit nervous, her instinct to help overpowered her hesitation. Rushing forward, she moved towards the water's edge. The mother hesitated, her eyes flickering between Su Mingyi's clean, youthful face and her wounded child. Finally, she inched closer to the raft, holding the child out in desperation. Su Mingyi steadied herself, recalling how she'd treated Zhang Nin moments ago, and placed her hands over the wound. At first, there was no movement. She bit her lip, focusing with all her might, until finally, a pale green light seeped through her fingers and enveloped the injured arm. The bleeding stopped, the swelling subsided, and the little girl, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, stopped crying. Her wide eyes stared in awe at her glowing arm. Everyone on the raft was stunned. One man's voice cracked as he shouted, "This is divine intervention." What she had done struck deeper than even Li Hushuan's lightning bolt. It wasn't just about taking life like a gun could. It was about saving life in the most miraculous way. In a world like this, everyone understood exactly what it meant. Li Hushuan finally spoke, setting the terms. "Combat Engineer Zhou Yong, the mother, and the child can come up the mountain. The rest of you who want to stay will go through a probation period. If you pull your weight, you can join the base. If not, you're on your own. Build temporary shelters at the foot of the mountain, and without my permission, no one is allowed near the villa. Food and water must be earned through work." Zhou Yong agreed immediately. The rest hesitated, looking at one another, but eventually, they all nodded. After all, where else could you find food, drink, and someone with miraculous healing powers? After getting the newcomers settled, Zhang Nan eagerly rubbed his hands together, practically drooling over Su Mingyi's green healing light and Li Hushuan's lightning, and shamelessly asked when he might acquire powers like theirs. Li Hushuan pulled out a dull piece of gray crystal he'd scavenged from a mutant fish and tossed it to him. "It's the lowest grade. Whether you can unlock its power depends on your luck." Zhang Nin stashed it in his pocket like a treasured possession, his whole body thrumming with excitement. With people now under his wing, Li Hushuan went up to the balcony alone. Grabbing the binoculars, he scanned the water. The rain had stopped, but the water hadn't receded even an inch. Worse, the mutant fish were thrashing more wildly than before, all heading toward the direction of Falling Leaf Mountain. They weren't aimlessly wandering, they were gathering. This newly claimed mountain, with its newly established rules and its first desperate recruits, wasn't going to enjoy peace for long. Whether they could survive the next wave of attacks would depend on the combat engineer's skills, whether Zhang Nin could unlock the crystal's potential, and just how much stronger Su Mingyi's healing powers could grow. When Li Hexuan finally lowered the binoculars, his heart had sunk. The water was teeming with a massive swarm of mutant fish, all converging toward the mountain from every direction. In this batch, their bodies were significantly larger than those they had faced before, an unending sea of scales and teeth. The time they had to prepare was barely enough to deal with the essentials. His first thought wasn't the gun, but the engineer. Zhou Yong was called up to the balcony. After one quick glance at the terrain at the base of the mountain and the scattered junk material they had, he spoke bluntly. The slope isn't steep enough. Barbed wire and wooden barricades won't hold for long. We need to dig trenches with sharp stakes and set up a barricade using scrap rebar to form a grid. And we must create overlapping vantage points for crossfire. Li Hexuan approved on the spot, handing over full command to the engineer. A competent fortification specialist was more valuable than a truckload of ammunition at a time like this. Women and children were sent to the underground shelter, while everyone else took their positions. No one retreats without my order, Li Hexuan barked. Just as the words left his mouth, the water at the base of the mountain exploded. Countless mutant fish charged onto land, their dark green scales glinting, razor-like teeth bared, and fiery red eyes blazing. Zhang Nan was the first to open fire, his bullets tearing through the front line, sending a mist of blood into the air. But these creatures were fearless. They surged forward over the bodies of their fallen, wave after relentless wave. The larger ones even leapt onto the rocks, swiping with razor-sharp claws. Soon, the base of the mountain was soaked in blood. Li Hexuan stood on an outcrop halfway up the mountain. With a twist of his palm, arcs of electric light coalesced, and a massive bolt of blue lightning speared into the densest part of the horde, vaporizing an entire section in an instant. The acrid stench of burned flesh and dying screams filled the air, but there were too many of them. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Each bolt of lightning drained his strength rapidly. That was his biggest weakness. His power was devastating but short-lived. And then the barricade was breached. A mutant fish, twice the size of an average one, its body armored in black scales, and sharp horns crowning its head, charged straight through the rebar barrier, sending several defenders flying. Its target was clear. It fixated its blood-red eyes on Su Mingyi, who was in the rear treating the wounded. Zhang Nan was closest, but the creature's jaws were already wide open, ready to strike. Li Hexuan, having just unleashed a powerful bolt, was momentarily paralyzed and unable to react. Without hesitation, Zhang Nan threw himself in the way, standing like a human shield between the beast and the others. The sickening thud echoed in the air. The creature's mucus-covered head smashed into Zhang Nan's chest, sending him flying backward. He spewed blood as he slammed into a rock wall, sliding to the ground in a crumpled heap. His shirt was torn to shreds, his chest a mess of blood and broken ribs, the sound of bones snapping unmistakable. Su Mingyi screamed. Li Hexuan's pupils flared. Zhang Nan lay in a pool of blood, his vision blurring. He knew he was on the brink of death. But then, something unexpected happened. The dull gray crystal in his pocket suddenly burned hot, flooding his body with a surge of uncontrollable energy. One thought consumed him. He couldn't die. He had to protect these people. That fierce resolve, combined with the crystal's primal energy and the adrenaline of his near-death state, erupted all at once. A roar, not quite human, tore from his throat. His limp body suddenly surged with rippling muscles. His skin hardened, taking on a bronze sheen, while his usually gentle eyes ignited with golden fire. The power of the Titan awakened at the brink of death. Zhang Nan sprang to his feet, unflinching as the monstrous fish lunged at him again. This time, he met it head-on, his massive fists swinging forward. The sound wasn't the muffled thud from before, it was an explosive metal clang. The beast, an unstoppable juggernaut just moments earlier, had its skull shattered under the force of his punch. Blood and brain matter mixed with dark green ichor sprayed across the battlefield as the creature's enormous body collapsed in a twitching heap. Zhang Nan looked down at his suddenly colossal fist, momentarily stunned. Li Hexuan's voice snapped him back. The fight isn't over. With his newfound power, the battle took a dramatic turn. Standard mutant fish claws and teeth scraped harmlessly against his bronze skin, producing only dull clangs. His body had become impervious, seemingly indestructible. Zhang Nan waded into the throng of beasts, punching relentlessly, scattering the horde. The place where heads rolled and bones shattered was a chaotic scene, marked by relentless brutality. Zhang Nan charged through the fish-like monsters with a ruthless determination, leaving no opening unpunished. 7 times he charged in, and 7 times he emerged, drenched in blood and unyielding. Li Hexuan carefully adjusted his combat tactics, modifying the way he wielded electricity. He no longer wasted energy in broad arcs, but instead focused on precision. Small streaks of lightning darted from his fingertips, targeting the creatures trying to sneak around Zhang Nan or exploit weak points in their defenses. A single jolt was enough to paralyze a monster momentarily, just enough for Zhang Nan to deliver a devastating punch. One concentrated on building momentum, while the other delivered crushing blows. Assuming he had caught her breath now, watching Zhang Nan fight with reckless ferocity, her fear seemed to dissolve. Covered from all sides by her teammates, she sprinted toward him. As her eyes fell on the raw, bloody wound on Zhang Nan's chest, her vision blurred with unshed tears. Forcing her emotions down, she pressed her hand over his injury. A soft green glow radiated from her hand, brighter and stronger than ever before. Zhang Nan felt warmth seep into his wound, alleviating some of the pain and restoring a significant part of his strength. The combination of Li Hexuan's precise lightning, Zhang Nan's raw physical strength, and Su Mingyi's healing created a synergistic force. The morale of the defenders surged. Zhou Yong swung a steel pipe, smashing through any creature that dared cross their line, shouting for others to give it everything they had. Everyone leaned on their makeshift barricades, fighting tooth and nail. The battle was ferocious. Injuries were inevitable, and people fell, but to their credit, no one retreated. Among the chaos, a shimmering white stone rolled out from the corpse of one of the monster leaders, a white energy crystal, glowing far more brilliantly than the usual gray ones. Li Hexuan's heart skipped a beat, but he had no time to pick it up. Zhang Nan was already targeting another leader, driving the fish-like creatures toward a gap in their defenses. Li Hexuan shot a precise bolt of lightning that struck the creature's joint, momentarily immobilizing it. Zhang Nan's massive hand clasped onto its head. With a devastating barrage of punches, the creature barely had time to react before its head was obliterated. Another white energy crystal tumbled to the ground. With the sudden deaths of 2 leaders, the swarm of monsters fell into disarray. Their red, bloodthirsty eyes began to show fear for the first time. Agitated and seemingly hesitant, they roared but no longer pressed forward. Zhou Yong, perceptive as ever, noticed immediately and shouted, "They're retreating." Li Hexuan remained vigilant, electric arcs still dancing at his fingertips, eyes fixed on the water's surface. Only after a few eerie cries from the retreating creatures did the remaining horde finally slink back into the murky depths. An eerie silence fell over the mountainside, broken only by heavy breathing and the suppressed groans of the wounded. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood. The momentary stillness gave way to a collective cheer. Against all odds, they had survived. Some collapsed into the mud, weeping uncontrollably. Others embraced each other, screaming and jumping in relief. All eyes turned to the blood-soaked figure of Zhang Nan and the resolute form of Li Hexuan standing partway up the mountain. The 2 men were the embodiment of survival, their presence a beacon of hope in a world overrun by terror. Li Hexuan let out a heavy breath, walking over to Zhang Nan. He gave him a firm pat on the bloodied shoulder. But deep inside, Li Hexuan knew the truth. They had barely scraped through this fight. Their victory was secured at the cost of Zhang Nan nearly losing his life, the desperate use of unfamiliar white energy crystals, and a group of ordinary people armed with kitchen knives and wooden sticks, fighting with sheer willpower. The fish-like creatures had retreated, but the water levels remained ominously unchanged. Today's black tide could just as easily be tomorrow's tsunami. The fragile stability of their newfound hideout on Lua Mountain was anything but guaranteed. As the survivors began to clean up the battlefield, the costs and rewards became clear. They had lost 3 comrades, with 7 or 8 others severely injured. Without Sumingi, some of the gravely wounded wouldn't have survived. The carcasses of the fish monsters piled at the base of the mountain, an abundance of food for the time being. However, what truly caught Li Hexuan's eye were the 2 white energy crystals Zhang Nen had extracted from the monster leader's shattered skulls. Their purity and energy were on a completely different level compared to the countless gray crystals scattered across the battlefield. Holding the white crystal in his hand, he marveled at the raw energy pulsing within it. After this battle, the new arrivals no longer looked at Zhang Nan and Li Hexuan as mere strongmen. They were seen as protectors, as individuals who could give them a fighting chance in a world teetering on the edge of collapse. The name Thunder God Base was now etched into the foundation of Luya Mountain. In this fragile moment of relief, a surprising discovery emerged. Sumangi was crouched with others, collecting the scattered energy crystals when she hesitated. Her fingers brushed over a gray stone, and a faint tingling sensation traveled up her arm, a clear feeling of the energy flowing within. This had never happened before. She tested another stone and felt it again, though the energy in this one was noticeably weaker. Frowning, she moved to the corpse of a leader and pried out a white crystal lodged among shattered bones. The moment her fingers touched it, a vibrant surge of power nearly overwhelmed her. The energy in the white stone was exponentially stronger than anything she had encountered before. She could almost see the turbulent currents rushing within. Excited, she rushed to Li Hexuan, her face flushed with emotion. "The energy in these stones, it's completely different," she exclaimed. Li Hexuan, intrigued, reached into his pocket and handed her a green energy crystal they had confiscated earlier. "Try this one," he said. Sumingi took it, and the moment she touched the green crystal, she almost dropped it. The energy coursing through it was so pristine and powerful that it made her heart race. It was leagues above even the white crystals. Li Hexuan could no longer suppress his excitement. The ability to directly sense and even possibly identify the qualities of energy crystals was invaluable in this world where resources were more precious than life. It was as if their base now had a living treasure detector, dramatically increasing their chances of survival. After explaining the significance of her discovery to Sumingi, he efficiently moved on to organize the cleanup. The usable meat was harvested, and bones and innards were burned or buried to prevent attracting more threats. But the brief moment of relief was short-lived. The water's surface rippled again, and this time, it wasn't the fish monsters. A few tiny, ramshackle rafts wobbled toward the mountain. On board were gaunt, desperate people, their clothes shredded and their faces hollowed from starvation. They looked like they had crawled straight out of hell. One man, emaciated beyond recognition, used the last reserves of his strength to shout toward Lin Mountain, his voice cracking with sheer desperation. "We're from Linjiang City. Chen Hao. That bastard Chen Hao. He's not human. He's a demon. Chen Hao." Those 2 words pierced Li Hexuan's mind like white-hot needles. His hand tightened around the binoculars with such force that they groaned under the pressure, blue veins bulging along the back of his hand. The name brought back memories of a past betrayal so cruel it had destroyed everything he once held dear. The hypocrite who deserved a ruined life and a brutal death. He indeed survived in this world and awakened his powers. And of course, he had already begun showing his malicious intentions in Linjiang City. The thought of revenge ignited in his chest like a blazing fire, but not a trace of it showed on his face. Li Hexuan simply told Zhang Nan to help the man to his feet, and in a cold voice, he asked the leader of the group, named Zhao Dishing, what had happened in Linjiang City. Zhao Dishing trembled as he recounted the events. Chen Hao had awakened a sinister power that could manipulate minds, and he'd gathered a gang of reckless outlaws. He had established the Dawn Camp in Linjiang City under the guise of protecting survivors. In truth, they treated people like livestock. Those who disobeyed were either beaten or killed. The more severe cases were thrown out to feed monsters. They robbed food, kidnapped people, and committed every crime imaginable. Zhao Dishing and his group had barely managed to escape with their lives. After hearing this, an icy chill seemed to radiate from Li Hexuan, freezing the very air around him. Chen Hao's power was mental manipulation, a deceitful and insidious ability, among the hardest to guard against. A foe who could control minds was far more dangerous than 100 ravenous fish monsters. Li Hexuan handed Zhao Desheng and his group over to Zhou Yong to be observed for a few days. His base didn't harbor useless individuals, and it certainly wouldn't tolerate traitors. After dealing with them, Li Hexuan called Zhang Nan and Su Mingyi to a private corner to distribute the resources they had. He pressed one of the two white source crystals into Zhang Nan's palm. Zhang Nan had just awakened his Titan strength ability, so this crystal would help stabilize his foundation, allowing him to master his brute strength, which would be invaluable in future battles. Then he gave Su Mingyi several high-grade gray crystals. Her life-saving skills were crucial to the group's survival, so it was imperative to advance her abilities. Lastly, Li Hexuan kept the gleaming green source crystal for himself. This rare and potent crystal could push his electricity-controlling power to the next level. Over the next few days, it was all hands on deck atop Fallen Leaf Mountain. Li Hexuan began training Zhang Nan, who, despite his tremendous strength, fought like a clumsy bulldozer. Step by step, he taught him how to control and refine his power rather than relying on mindless brute force. Meanwhile, Zhou Yong led a team to reinforce the mountain's fortifications. Using the hard bones and thick skin of fish monsters along with scavenged metal, they fortified the base's defenses significantly with layered trenches, barricades, and firing points, turning prior makeshift structures into serious defenses. On Su Mingyi's end, her ability advanced to the point where she could sense which segments of butchered fish monster meat contained energy, ensuring only the most nourishing pieces were consumed. Once everything was settled, Li Hexuan retreated to the top-level meditation chamber alone. Sitting cross-legged, he focused on the radiant green source crystal in his palm. It was time to break through to a higher tier of power. The energy from the green source crystal was fierce and overwhelming, rampaging through his body as it honed his system from the inside out. Li Hexuan groaned, veins bulging on his forehead as his bones and muscles underwent excruciating reconstruction. Finally, his electricity-controlling ability breached its barrier. The chaotic electric arcs dancing at his fingertips condensed into a focused, deep blue glow, now more controlled, yet deadlier. With a mere thought, his body could form an electromagnetic shield. When he opened his eyes, a sharp electric flash sparked in them. He had reached the peak of the F-rank enhancement level, stepping into the lowest tier of advanced abilities. In the adjacent room, Zhang Nan had absorbed all the white source crystal's energy, refining his Titan strength. His muscles, now tougher than steel, barely showed marks from ordinary blades. The threshold of the F-rank was within his grasp. But before they could savor their newfound strength, ominous ripples appeared on the water. This time, 5 or 6 sturdy wooden rafts approached, far superior to the makeshift crafts Zhao Desheng's group had used. On board were over 20 armed individuals wielding machetes, clubs, and crude guns that gleamed threateningly in the sunlight. Leading the array was a burly man with an imposing presence, his left eye scarred by a vicious slash that stretched to his jaw. He squinted as he scrutinized the reinforced defenses of the mountain and the villa above. An unmistakable glint of greed crossed his eyes. Zhang Nan scratched the back of his head and muttered in his usual blunt tone, "They don't look like they're here to make friends." He wasn't wrong. The fish monster attacks had receded. Chunhao's shadow loomed in Linjiang City, and now a new group of hostile humans emerged, targeting the resources and safety of their hard-earned base. In many ways, these opportunistic people were even more dangerous than brainless monsters. The scar-faced man began shouting from his raft long before reaching the shore, his voice grating and hoarse. He introduced himself as Hu Biao, claiming he wanted to talk business with whoever was in charge. But despite the polite tone, his intentions were clear. The world now belonged to the strong working together. He had his eye on the mountain base and proposed a partnership for shared management. It wasn't a partnership. It was an attempted takeover. Zhang Nan spat on the ground. "They're here to steal our turf, plain and simple." Li Hexuan didn't let him keep talking. Calmly, he walked to a rocky outcrop halfway down the mountain and looked down at the 20-some intruders from above. Without wasting words, he delivered his terms in 3 sentences. "The Fallen Leaf Mountain belongs to me, Li. If you want to live, follow my rules. If you refuse, leave now." Hu Biao didn't expect such bold defiance from someone so young. One of his men, a wiry guy holding a makeshift gun, decided to assert dominance and aimed directly at Li Hexuan with a mocking sneer. That single move saved Li Hexuan the trouble of asserting his authority. Before the gun could even steady, a bolt of electric blue energy shot out from Li Hexuan's fingers like a coiled serpent, striking the weapon mid-barrel. The heat instantly scorched and warped the metal, and the massive recoil ripped through the shooter's hand, leaving him screaming and flinging the now useless weapon into the water. It happened so fast and looked so fierce that the arrogance vanished from the invaders' faces. One of them stammered, calling Li Hexuan's abilities witchcraft. Hu Biao, to his credit, pulled himself together quickly and ordered an attack. He didn't believe that sheer numbers couldn't overwhelm one man's lightning powers. With savage cries, over a dozen men stormed ashore. Li Hexuan didn't retreat. Instead, he leapt off the rocky outcrop and charged straight into their midst. More than half of the 20-odd attackers had fallen, and the rest, utterly terrified, scrambled onto the makeshift rafts, fleeing in panic. Hu Biao, clutching the machete at his waist, could feel the cold sweat dripping down his palm. Only then did he realize he hadn't just kicked a steel board. He'd kicked one charged with high-voltage electricity. His voice cracked as he screamed, "Let's go! Get out of here right now!" Trembling and frantic, he and his men paddled away in their rafts. But as Li Hexuan watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowed. Men like Hu Biao, opportunistic and reckless, would only increase in number as time went on. Keeping peace on Liya Mountain would be no easy feat, but what made his heart pound with a colder fear was a name not yet in sight. Chen Hao. That man, he knew, was the real threat, the one who could tear everything apart. After driving off these raiders, Li Hexuan didn't linger in a moment of triumph. Instead, he immediately focused on plans for the future. He understood one simple truth: a stronghold couldn't survive on mere brute force. It needed structure and order. The living quarters had to be secured to ensure food and shelter. A training zone had to be established because no able-bodied individual could afford to be useless in this new world. Defense construction was handed off to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, an engineer by training, was already bursting with ideas. With his eyes on Li Hexuan's unique ability to manipulate electricity, Zhou proposed setting up iron wire fences at strategic locations, powered by salvaged old batteries. He suggested Li personally charge them with his electricity, embedding the base with defense mechanisms that could deliver shocks strong enough to deter intruders without killing them outright. Li Hexuan agreed on the spot, instructing Zhou to draft a list of required materials. With this arrangement, his unique power wasn't just his, but it became the fangs and claws of the entire mountain. Meanwhile, Su Mingyi was given an even more crucial task. Her ability, a life-affirming force that could heal wounds and seemingly bond with plant life, had grown stronger after absorbing new energy crystals. Li entrusted her with the sunlit patch behind the villa. In a world where society had crumbled, food was the ultimate currency. A few days later, after painstaking effort, a handful of cabbage and radish seeds, painstakingly scavenged, burst through the soil. Though the growth wasn't rapid, the vibrant sprigs of green stood out like gold in a landscape dominated by death and decay. Zhang Nin was assigned to oversee patrols, scouting, and resource hunting. Li also selectively recruited 10 seasoned and reliable individuals he'd fought alongside before, assigning them to an elite outer perimeter team with higher wages. That move ignited a new wave of enthusiasm among everyone on the base. For the first time, Thor's base was alive with a sense of purpose and order. But as the sun dipped low and bathed the mountain in a reddish glow, a group of tattered rafts appeared at the base of the mountain. These were even more pitiful than the previous ones. The guards barely choked out their alarms. The raft riders were refugees on the verge of collapse. One by one, the newcomers were carried ashore, nothing but skin and bones. Yet amidst those hollow, desensitized faces, a pair of eyes lit up with a flicker of complex emotion the second they spotted Li Hexuan. It was Jia Shuwen, and by her side was Wang Rui, one of the very people who had once schemed against Li Hexuan. Never in her wildest dreams could Jia Shuwen have imagined this. The man she and Chun Hao had conspired to destroy, the one she discarded as worthless, had risen to become the head of a powerful stronghold in this fallen world. The heavily guarded base loomed before her, a testament to his strength. Li Hexuan stood tall, exuding an intimidating presence, with a towering figure like Zhang Nan at his side. The sight churned a storm of jealousy, regret, and bitterness deep in her chest. Forcing a frail, pitiful expression, she tried to draw on any remaining morsels of sympathy. Her voice, dry and trembling, carried a faint sob as she shuffled forward. Hexuan, is that really you? I thought I'd never see you again. She reached out unsteadily, her hand aiming for the corner of his coat, trying to stir up the fragments of shattered love she had so brutally crushed in the past. Li Hexuan sidestepped without a word, her hand grasping nothing but air. His face remained unchanging, his eyes indifferent, as if she were no more significant than a pebble on the roadside. He addressed Lu Zhong next to him with only 4 cold words. Treat them like newcomers. Without waiting for a response, he walked back up the mountain, never sparing her another glance. That dismissal, silent yet devastating, was a deeper insult than any harsh words could have delivered. Jia Xuan's outstretched hand froze midair, lifeless. The color drained from her face. Wang Rui, watching the scene unfold, gritted his teeth so hard one could hear the grind. But trapped in his current predicament, worse than a stray dog's, he dared not utter a word of defiance. Lu Zhong approached with an insincere smile as he laid down the rules. Newcomers would be observed for a few days and given food in exchange for labor. For now, they'd be placed in the temporary shelters. Jia Xuan, who had once thrived in a world where her looks could let her play men like instruments, had never been treated with such cold indifference. But she understood that right now, having a bite to eat and somewhere to shield against the wind was a rare and precious fortune. She bit her lip, swallowed her pride, and followed the others toward the shanty town. Wang Rui was assigned to gutting and disposing of the foul-smelling remains of monster fish, the stench nauseating him until he nearly vomited on the spot. The old scores were set aside for now. Li Hexuan knew the real person who had orchestrated his downfall, the one who left him a broken man, was still perched in Linjiang City. Chen Hao, a man with the power to manipulate hearts, was far more dangerous than brute force alone. In time, they would face off. This fleeting calm was nothing more than borrowed air, a brief respite before an impending storm of destruction. After driving off Hu Biao's group earlier, Zhangnan had joked, "Look at those clowns getting what they deserved." But Li Hexuan didn't humor him. In his eyes, Jia Xuan and Wang Rui were as good as dead, unworthy of even another thought. What weighed truly heavy on his shoulders were 2 challenges: the growing desperation of a food shortage and the disturbing disappearance of mutant fish in the area. Ever since that bloody battle, they'd vanished completely, as if hiding from something far worse. The diminishing supplies spelled nothing good. Zhou Yong led an exploration team east for over 10 miles and returned with a grim expression. They hadn't encountered a single fish, but something was wrong at the riverbed. Frighteningly large water currents hinted at a massive presence lurking below. To test his suspicions, Zhou sent 3 small boats to examine the turbulent area. None returned. They vanished in an instant, leaving not even a ripple. That stretch of water had turned into a no-go zone. Before he could discuss further, another group of refugees arrived at the mountain's foot, crying for help. One of them, a slightly stronger man, stumbled forward as soon as he saw Li Hexuan and dropped to his knees, tears streaking down his face. Chen Hao from Linjiang City brought his men to wipe us out. He's gathered several camps, with at least 200 or 300 people, including many with powers. They take everything, kill anyone who resists. Another woman broke down sobbing as she delivered the most chilling news of all. And they said, "Next, they're coming for you." The destination is Mount Loya. At this moment, Li Hexuan's precarious situation was glaringly evident. Hundreds of mouths at the base were waiting to be fed, hunger-stricken and desperate. To the east, he faced Chen Hao, whose power was expanding even faster than Li had anticipated. To the west, beneath the waters, lurked a massive creature so terrifying that even a veteran like Zhou Yong could feel its chilling presence. All 3 pressures bore down on him at once, and time was running out. Instead of futilely resisting, Li made a bold and dangerous decision. He was going to retreat to isolate himself for a breakthrough, using this critical moment to push his abilities to the next level. He handed the base over to Zhang Nan and Zhou Yong, raising the alert status to the maximum. The instructions were clear. If any of Chun Hao's people showed themselves, strike hard and without hesitation. In a secluded chamber, he pulled out all his most valued possessions. A single high-grade green energy crystal, its color so deep it was nearly black, along with 7 or 8 blue crystals that shimmered with a ghostly glow. This was his entire arsenal to attempt the next level. His goal was singular: to push his ability to manipulate electricity to the more advanced and vicious electromagnetic control. This was a path fraught with enormous risk, likely leading to death. The energy of the green crystal was domineering, almost unbearable. As soon as he began channeling it, his entire body felt as though it might burst apart. Veins bulged at his temples, and sweat streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, he relied on the memories and experience from his previous life to meticulously navigate the raging torrent of power that threatened to tear him apart. But it wasn't enough. His gaze darkened with resolve. As soon as the green crystal's energy steadied, he immediately grabbed a blue crystal and consumed it. 1, 2, 3 crystals turned to ash, each release of energy crashing into his body in relentless waves. Fine beads of blood seeped through his skin's surface, making him look like someone who had just been fished out of a pool of blood. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious multiple times, but he clung desperately to the faint clarity in his mind. At the precise moment when the last blue crystal dissolved into his system, he felt it begin to shift, not just electricity, but an affinity with metal and an acute perception of magnetic fields. His eyes snapped open as arcs of deep blue electricity danced across his skin, interwoven with a barely visible force field. The small metal pieces scattered around the room trembled faintly in response. Extending his hand towards a 50-pound scrap metal canister in the corner, he made a subtle grasping motion. The canister wobbled, lifted into the air, and floated according to his will. He had successfully advanced in his electrical manipulation, now reaching intermediate mastery. At the same time, his physical body firmly stepped into the E-grade level. He exhaled a mouthful of stale, blood-tinged air, a sharp smile creeping across his lips. "Chun Hao," he muttered under his breath. "Get ready for my surprise." His momentary ecstasy didn't last the night. By dawn, the piercing sound of alarms shattered the fragile silence. The lookout's voice was hoarse and desperate. "Chun Hao's forces are here. Lots of boats." Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yong came rushing down from another observation point, his face grim as iron. "The beast to the west," he reported urgently. "It's been riled up and is heading straight for us, moving fast." East and west, 2 forces of doom were closing in at the same time. Zhang Nan cracked his knuckles audibly, asking, "Which one do we hit first?" The surge of adrenaline Li Heshuan had felt from his breakthrough was doused like cold water over a raging flame. Yet, his voice remained calm, steady, and devoid of fluctuation. "Chun Hao's men will reach us first," he replied. "Let's greet them. Zhou Yong, you keep an eye on that thing in the water. If it moves, report immediately." On the eastern waters, a dozen or so boats sliced through the waves. The decks of the leading, modified fishing boats crowded with dozens, maybe over 100, people. But instead of attacking immediately, they docked and began to set up camp, familiar movements suggesting this wasn't their first time commandeering someone else's territory. Li Heshuan picked Zhang Nan and 5 well-armed corps members to go down the mountain and confront Chun Hao's forces. Standing about 100 meters away, the 2 sides locked eyes. Chun Hao disembarked from the largest boat. He appeared to be in his late 20s, wearing a relatively clean combat suit with a polite yet calculated smile on his face. In another life, he might have passed for a charming young professional. Beside him stood a tall, thin man with a sinister aura. Though quiet, his presence sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. Chun Hao started speaking with polished courtesy, going on about how the world was overrun with monsters and how distrustful people made survival even harder. Humanity needed unity. Only strength in numbers could save them all. His gaze casually wandered towards Mount Lie's visibly reinforced defenses before zeroing in on the crux of his intent, merging the bases to create the strongest stronghold in the northern region. When he got to the real point, however, the underlying tone of authority couldn't be hidden. For the arrangement, he would assume the role of commander-in-chief, while Li Hexuan, as the promising young leader, could settle for being his deputy. It was the same old sales pitch like Hu Biao's will co-manage everything nonsense, just dressed in finer words. Li Hexuan smirked coldly. Mount Luoya belongs to me. My say is final. If you want cooperation, then show sincerity. If you're here to annex us, better make sure your teeth are sharp enough. Chun Hao's smile froze ever so slightly as the sinister man next to him exuded an even colder air. A hulking man with a face full of scars and faint embers flickering on his skin stepped forward to hurl insults. From the flickering firelight, it was clear he was an early-stage fire user. Before he even finished speaking, a fireball the size of a fist roared toward Li Hexuan. Zhang Nin moved to act, but Li Hexuan didn't even flinch. He didn't so much as glance at the swelling fireball. Instead, he flicked an open palm gesture toward the combat knife at the fire user's side. With a sharp clang, the knife flew out of its sheath into the sky. Simultaneously, a condensed electric arc shot out from Li Hexuan's fingertips, streaking through the air until it slammed into the man's chest. The embers on the man's body shattered instantly as he was blown backward by the force, collapsing onto the ground with convulsing limbs and white foam spilling from his mouth. The fireball, deprived of its source, fizzled out midair, extinguishing into a harmless puff as it hit the ground. The display of power, snatching a weapon through the air and instantly incapacitating a foe with lightning, silenced Chun Hao's entire crew in stunned fear. Even Chun Hao's confidence wavered momentarily. He had expected Li Hexuan to be a formidable awakened user, but hadn't anticipated such a precise and overwhelming show of control. This wasn't raw brute strength. This was someone who could kill effortlessly from a distance. Yet Chun Hao maintained his forced smile, though his jaw visibly tightened. The real battle was still far from starting, but one thing loomed heavy in the back of everyone's minds. The monstrous creature lurking beneath the western waters had inched even closer to their territory. Every minute Li Hexuan spent focused on Chun Hao's forces was another minute lost to deal with the approaching threat. Chun Hao quickly pivoted, trying to leverage this perilous situation. If we fight here, we're just making it easier for that beast. How about setting aside our differences for now and focus on crossing this hurdle together? Li Hexuan knew full well what Chun Hao was angling for, yet he couldn't deny the truth. That aquatic monster was a significant problem. After a moment of cold deliberation, his reply was terse, temporary truce. But this is the last one. Try it again, and it won't end like this. Both sides exchanged sharp glances and withdrew to their respective camps. The atmosphere within Chun Hao's camp was equally tense. The tall, thin man who had remained silent throughout the day lowered his voice and remarked that the boy seemed capable of controlling metal and generating electricity. He suggested they take action to investigate the matter under the cover of darkness. But Chun Hao waved it off, saying there was no rush. First, they needed to observe the movements from the west. Whatever was brewing there, Fallen Leaf Mountain, wasn't going anywhere. This was a foreboding sign. Chun Hao had no intention of resorting to brute force. He had another card up his sleeve. That night, an unexplainable thick fog suddenly rose from the water, dense as if it were molten glue, engulfing the entirety of Fallen Leaf Mountain along with its surrounding waters in no time. The fog was so heavy it shrouded everything in darkness, silencing even the wind. Standing by the window, Li Hexuan furrowed his brows tightly. There was something eerily unnatural about this fog. A faint, unsettling wave of energy seemed to ripple through it, scraping against his sense of reason. The source of those ripples was none other than the tall, thin man called Ingio, sitting cross-legged at the bow of their boat. He used the fog as cover while extending tendrils of nearly undetectable mental energy into the base like invisible probes. He didn't target individuals like Li Hexuan, who were resolute and unyielding. Instead, he preyed upon the weak-willed, those who already harbored dissatisfaction or grievances. His whispers, like the buzz of mosquitoes, slithered directly into their minds. Life at Thunder God Base is too hard. The rules are too strict. Li Hexuan's leadership is cruel. Stick with him, and you'll just end up as cannon fodder. Over at Chun Hao's side, things could be different. A few fringe members, who were lazy by nature and resented the base's discipline, started to waver. Among them, Wang Rui, who harbored the deepest grudges, felt the mental influence ignite a surge of fury within him. Using the fog for cover, he scurried like a rat through the shanty town, whispering to those whose expressions betrayed unease. Ever thought about changing the way you're living? This insidious psychological attack was far more dangerous than a direct assault on the mountain. The first to sense something amiss was Sumingi. Her ability, Life Sim, made her particularly attuned to disturbances on a spiritual level, and the malicious mental energy within the fog caused her to feel sick to her core. Her face pale, she went to Li Hexuan to report, "This fog, it's not right. It feels like something foul is floating in it." Her words confirmed his suspicions. Li Hexuan didn't make a fuss. Instead, he quietly set a trap. He instructed Su Mingyi to tend to the garden, a garden that was far from ordinary. Hidden among its rows of vegetables, dark green vines had sprouted sharp, glimmering thorns, and peculiar-looking grasses crept silently into hard-to-spot corners. Her control over plants grew stronger by the day. Li Hexuan then told Zhang Nen to keep a close watch on all newcomers and gossips, especially Wang Rui, ensuring that none of them slipped out of sight. Lastly, he left a series of seemingly insignificant weak points along defensive positions at the mountain's summit. He was baiting the trap. Sure enough, Zhao Si, one of those swayed by the whispers, took the bait. An errand runner with a basic understanding of electrical circuits, Zhao Si was promised a hero's reward by Wang Rui if he disabled the electrified mesh protecting the mountain's top. The mesh's control box was hidden in an unremarkable iron case beneath the watchtower. Believing himself unnoticed, Zhao Si crept through the fog toward the target, unaware that Zhang Nan, silent and imposing as a shadow, was tailing him like a ghost. The moment Zhao Si produced wire cutters to sever the circuit, an ear-splitting shout thundered behind him. His tools clattered to the ground as he collapsed in terror, immediately spilling everything about Wang Rui's plan. Emerging from the shadows, Li Hexuan fixed a cold, deadened gaze upon Wang Rui. His expression seemed to mock the inadequacy of Chun Hao's attempt. If you're going to play some mole, know your limits. Without wasting time, Li Hexuan ordered Wang Rui strung up, intending to display to everyone by daylight the consequences of betrayal. Chun Hao's infiltration plot was effortlessly dismantled, but Li Hexuan knew this was merely the beginning. Catching the mole would only provoke Chun Hao into a reckless fury. Meanwhile, the horrifying roars growing louder near the western waters posed the real, immediate threat. A mysterious force was herding mutated aquatic monsters toward Fallen Leaf Mountain, and the suffocating pressure of their presence was becoming impossible to ignore. Dawn had yet to break, and the thick fog remained stubbornly clamped over the mountain. On the summit's open ground, several torches crackled, their light powerless against the nearly oppressive atmosphere. Wang Rui and Zhao Si knelt on the ground like defeated dogs, while Li Hexuan stood with arms clasped behind his back. Behind him were Zhang Nan, Zhou Yong, and a line of unflinching core members. The rest of the survivors huddled in a distant corner, too scared to even breathe audibly. Li Hexuan spoke in a tone as unfeeling as stone. Thunder God Base will not shelter slackers, much less traitors. Last night, someone attempted to betray us, conspiring to destroy the roof over our heads and the food on our plates. There is only one outcome for them. Veins bulging at his neck, Wang Rui screamed that Chun Hao's forces were on their way and would tear Li Hexuan apart limb by limb. With a mere glance at Zhang Nan, Li Hexuan gave his order. Zhang Nan stepped forward, gripped Wang Rui's throat, and with a precise twist, crack, silenced his curses forever. Wang Rui's head slumped lifelessly as audible gasps rippled through the crowd. Among them, Jia Shuwen crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear as she watched Wang Rui's life extinguished mere feet from her. Her terror compounded with shame as her body betrayed her, a foul stench spreading beneath her. In that moment, she thought two words: it's over. If Li Hexuan wasn't afraid of burning bridges with Chun Hao, why would he care about someone like her? As for the sniveling Zhao Si, he groveled, claiming Wang Rui had forced him into it. Li Hexuan didn't even spare him a glance, coldly instructing Lu Zhong, "Take care of him according to the rules. Not worth wasting food on." What awaited Zhao Si would be a fate worse than death. Finished with them, he turned toward the trembling survivors and asked softly, "If anyone else is hiding secrets or harboring doubts, now's the time to speak up. I'm in a generous mood today. I'll make it quick for you." Silence reigned as every head lowered, faces pale with dread, as if wishing to disappear altogether. This decisive, ruthless display crushed any burgeoning dissent. Just as the tension seemed to lighten, an ominous roar echoed from the murky depths of the western fog. The massive creature that had been herded by an invisible force finally arrived at the base of Fallen Leaf Mountain. The blaring alarm that followed was sharper, more frantic than the night before, a piercing wail that sounded almost ghostly. The lookout pounded the warning bell with all his might, his shouts teetering on the brink of hysteria. Fish monsters, dozens of them, from every direction. They're closing in. Zhou Yan's walkie-talkie erupted with chaos. Panicked voices reporting shadows swarming the western waters, assaults on the southern shoreline, and defenses in the eastern water village beginning to falter. This was a swarm unlike any they had faced before. The cursed fog only made the monsters deadlier, an ideal camouflage for their assault. Even worse, these creatures knew exactly where to strike. Attack! A jet of dark green water, thick as an arm, shot out from the mist like a deadly arrow. It struck a crucial electrical controller dead on, exploding in a shower of sparks. The electrified fence, which had been crackling moments ago, sputtered and went dead on the spot. Immediately, several elite-tier fish monsters emerged from the fog. Their metallic bodies gleamed faintly under the dim light, and they were noticeably larger than the average fish beast. Enormous, razor-sharp claws that could rival the size of a human head tore through a makeshift wood barricade in a matter of seconds, shredding it into useless splinters. The defense line was breached in an instant. Zhang Nan slammed his steel shield, nearly as thick as a door, into the break in the defenses, holding firm. The massive claws of an elite fish monster came crashing down on his shield, sending a cascade of sparks into the air. Veins bulged on his neck as he braced against the colossal force, refusing to be overpowered and forcing the beast to stagger backward. But what emerged next was the true face of death itself. The western waters erupted into a massive tidal wave, and out of the churning water rose an immense, shadowy figure, the grotesquely oversized form of a mutated anglerfish. Its menacing head was so enormous that it took up almost its entire body, and its gaping maw revealed rows of jagged, interlocking fangs. Suspended at the tip of a long, sinewy lure hanging from its head was an eerie, glowing blue orb as large as a millstone, pulsating with an unsteady rhythm. With every flicker of the ghostly light, the previously chaotic fish horde suddenly became more coordinated and aggressive, as if following the commands of an unseen general. Even worse, the eerie light didn't just affect the fish monsters. The moment it swept across the battlefield, the base defenders, already struggling to hold their ground, felt a piercing hum in their minds. Their powers, carefully controlled and focused until now, became sluggish and unstable, as if a thick fog had enveloped their thoughts. This creature wasn't just commanding the fish horde, it was suppressing the defenders' abilities too. A cold chill ran down Li Hexuan's spine. The oppressive force radiating from the monstrosity was unlike anything he had faced before. Even he, a seasoned warrior, felt his heartbeat quicken in dread. The Fish King let out a deafening command, and chaos erupted. Streams of corrosive venom dismantled the remaining electrical traps section by section, while the fish monster's sheer brute force shattered physical barricades to pieces. A desperate survivor, hurling a Molotov cocktail in a last-ditch effort, was ambushed by a beast leaping straight out of the mist. Its razor-sharp teeth pierced his throat, and blood gushed forth, soaking the earth beneath him. All across the battlefield, defenses crumbled, casualties mounted, and the base spiraled into disarray. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Chun Hao stood calmly, binoculars raised, watching the chaos unfold with morbid amusement. The flashes of battle and screams of the dying reflected in his eyes like a grotesque display. Beside him, Ingio's deathly pale face twisted into an ugly grin. The Fish King's out. They won't hold for much longer, Ingio rasped darkly. Our men are in position, circling from the flanks as you ordered. Chun Hao lowered his binoculars, the corner of his lips curling into a cruel smirk. Let them bleed a little more. Once they've exhausted themselves and it turns into a stalemate, we'll swoop in and finish the job. This mountain, and whatever secrets Li Hushuan is hiding, will belong to me. This was the cruel reality of the battlefield. While the Fish King led the frontal assault, shredding the defenders like meat in a grinder, Chun Hao lurked in the shadows, ready to pick off the survivors. Li Hushuan had to fight both battles at once. Back at the breach, Zhang Nin had transformed into a blood-soaked warrior possessed by unrelenting fury. His massive shield was battered and warped, and his body was riddled with deep gashes, some exposing raw bone. Yet, drenched in his own blood, he stood defiantly, roaring to his enemies. If you want to get past me, you'll have to step over my corpse first. His unyielding determination was like a shot of adrenaline to the faltering defenders, buying precious seconds to steady their failing lines. Behind the villa, Su Mingyi worked tirelessly among the injured, her pale face drenched in sweat. A soft green glow surrounded the wounded as her healing powers kicked in, stopping bleeding and mending injuries. One by one, soldiers hobbled back into the fight, but it was an endless onslaught. New casualties arrived as quickly as she could heal them, and Su's strength was clearly nearing its limits, her face growing ashen, nearly translucent from exhaustion. On the mountaintop, Li Hushuan's eyes never left the monstrous Fish King wreaking havoc below. He understood what had to be done: cut off the head, and the body would wither. If the Fish King wasn't eliminated, the endless tide of monsters would simply crush the base under their weight. But even if they somehow survived the assault, they would be so weakened that Chun Hao's opportunistic ambush would seal their doom. He trusted the vanguard to Zhou Yong, the breach to Zhang Nan, and armed himself with a custom spear nearly 6 feet long, its blade crackling faintly with blue electricity. Zhou Yong had painstakingly crafted this weapon to harness Li Hushuan's thunderous abilities, knowing one day he would need it for a dire fight like this. Alone, Li steeled himself for what was sure to be a deadly charge. A roaring arc of electricity engulfed Li Hushuan's body as he surged into action. He became a living thunderbolt, parting the mist and charging straight into the thickest swarm of fish monsters. The creatures he touched were instantly incinerated, their charred corpses flung aside. His spear cleaved through the air, trailing lethal streaks of electricity that created a deathly grid, felling scores of beasts with each sweeping motion. The Fish King's lone, glowing eye blazed maliciously. At its command, several immense, elite-tier fish monsters charged out from the sides, attempting to crush this defiant intruder threatening its rule. With a fierce cry, Li Hushuan extended his left hand. Metallic debris, discarded fragments of weapons, scraps of armor, even jagged scales from the fallen creatures, rose from the battlefield and coalesced into a makeshift barricade before him. The steel-hard claws of the elite fish monsters struck the barrier with ferocious force, sending sparks flying, but it held firm. Using the recoil's momentum, Li twisted his body and drove his spear forward with devastating precision. The electrified tip plunged into the gaping maw of one of the charging beasts, sending a violent surge of energy that exploded out the back of its skull. The hulking creature crumpled lifelessly to the ground. In that split second, the Fish King retaliated. Its glowing lure surged with blinding light before unleashing a torrent of water, a pressurized stream as wide as a barrel, screaming through the air straight for Li Hushuan's face. Time seemed to slow as Li's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. Pouring every ounce of energy he could muster into his abilities, he reconfigured the debris into a dozen razor-sharp metallic projectiles and launched them to intercept the incoming attack. The projectiles clashed mid-air with the water cannon in a series of deafening, explosive impacts. Although his countermeasure diverted the blast, the force grazed past him, digging a massive crater into the ground behind him and showering him in dirt and debris. This Fish King was proving to be far more formidable than he anticipated. Sweat beaded on his brow as he dodged another attack, his movements quick but increasingly strained. His spear flashed upward in a savage arc, carving deep into another monster's belly, its crackling electricity sizzling the beast's innards. Against all odds, Li Hexuan was carving a bloody path through the horde, a defiant streak of lightning amidst an ocean of death. But the numbers overwhelmed him. The never-ending waves of monsters sapped his strength with every step. His breaths grew ragged, and his limbs heavy. Blood dripped from fresh wounds across his body, and while his sharp eyes remained focused, a shadow of fatigue loomed over him. And then, in that perilous moment of near exhaustion, Chun Hao played his hand. Now he ordered coldly. Yin Jiu led the charge, accompanied by an elite group of fighters, including a fire-powered ability user who burned with the desire for revenge after a prior defeat. Under the cover of the fog, they slithered up the mountain's eastern flank, the base's most vulnerable point. The fire user launched an unrelenting barrage of fireballs, targeting the already crumbling wooden barricades on that side of the defenses. One well-aimed strike shattered them completely, opening yet another gap in the stronghold's defenses. A massive breach was torn open. The members stationed there screamed in panic. Enemy attack. It's Chun Hao's men. Caught between two crises, failing to defeat the Fish King up front and with his rear camp suddenly under attack, Li Hexuan was struck at the worst possible moment, attacked from both sides with no way to cover himself. The Fish King sensed an imminent threat aimed straight at its core. Its single eye burned ferociously, glowing so intensely it resembled a lit lantern. Opening its massive maw, the Fish King rapidly formed a venomous dark green globule, the size of a human head, inside its mouth. The surface of the globule bubbled ominously, and the surrounding air warped and hissed from its corrosive energy. Li Hexuan felt his scalp tingle with dread. The aura of destruction exuded by the attack carried the rank scent of death. With the base already under siege on two fronts, if he were caught by this strike, he wouldn't survive unscathed, and the consequences could be catastrophic. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed all the strength within him, leaving nothing held back. Lightning and his newly acquired electromagnetic power erupted in tandem, surging wildly. Deep blue arcs of electricity radiated from his body, spinning and intertwining at high speed, forming a chaotic magnetic field roughly 7 or 8 meters in diameter. This was the nascent version of what might become his lightning punishment domain, a power he had yet to master. Veins bulged on his forehead as he forcibly sustained this power, far beyond his limit. The Fish King launched its venomous globule, now refined to its peak, directly at Li Hexuan's face. But the extreme turbulence of the magnetic field interfered with the trajectory of the attack, forcing it to veer off course. The globule skimmed past the edge of the field and crashed into the nearby school of monstrous fish. It exploded with a resounding blast, leaving a deathly green zone in its wake, where countless fish creatures dissolved into foul-smelling sludge without even a second to scream. In the brief opening created by this moment, Li Hexuan channeled the remaining energy from his core, along with the raw power of his domain's burst, into a metal spear in his hand. At the tip of the spear, a blinding blue light formed, too dazzling to look at directly. With all his might, he hurled it at the Fish King's lantern-like core, a literal lifeline for the creature. The spear turned into a searing blue streak, piercing through the thick mist and cutting through the water veil with terrifying precision. It struck the center of the lantern with pinpoint accuracy. The massive lantern convulsed violently, its eerie blue glow dimming rapidly as web-like cracks proliferated across its surface. The Fish King let out an earth-shaking howl of agony, thrashing its colossal body in turbulent waters and creating waves several stories high. Countless lesser fish monsters near it were smashed to pulp by its wild movements. The Fish King's core, its lantern, which controlled the fish horde and suppressed other powers, dimmed and shattered completely. With the lantern destroyed, the once relentless, fearless army of fish monsters fell into disarray. Their formation crumbled immediately. Some swam in circles, others turned rabid and attacked anything nearby, and most simply scattered into the mist, driven purely by instinct to flee. But throwing that spear had drained Li Hexuan of what little remaining energy he had, both physical and spiritual. His vision darkened, and his body swayed as he fell to one knee. barely holding himself up with the distorted spear as his crutch. Su Mingyi screamed and rushed to his side despite the danger, kneeling beside him and pouring the life tribute's faint light, now much dimmer, into his parched body without a care for her own depletion. The most dangerous moment had arrived. From the base of the mountain, Chunhao had been watching through binoculars. Seeing this unfold, his face twisted into a frenzied expression of triumph. The Fish King was gravely injured, and Li Hexuan was on the verge of collapse. This was a godsend opportunity. With a bellowing command, he roared, "All forces, attack! Flatten falling leaves mountain. 1,000 pounds of grain and 100 blue crystals to whoever brings me Li Hexuan's head." His main forces, already poised for a strike, surged forward like a tidal wave, attacking from the front and the gap on the eastern flank at once. Li Hexuan, in his single spear throw, had both taken out the Fish King and exhausted himself completely, creating the opening Chunhao had been waiting for all night. At the breach, Zhang Nin witnessed with his own eyes as Li Hexuan fell to one knee, drained of strength. Hearing the enemy's bloodthirsty cries approaching, his eyes turned bloodshot with fury. He pushed his titan strength to its utmost, his muscles swelling further as his damaged giant shield dug into the ground, blocking the last access point to the villa's core. "You want to get through?" "Over my dead body," he snarled. Down at the mountain's middle defenses, old Wang, his face blackened with soot and ash, shouted hoarsely as he rallied the remaining defenders. They hastily propped up spiked barricades and hurled Molotov cocktails into clusters of enemies, using every ounce of themselves and the crudest weapons they had to desperately buy time. Ingio, ever the shadow, stayed busy amidst the chaos. His cold, dead eyes penetrated the thick mist, pinpointing Su Mingyi as she tended to Li Hexuan and Zhang Nan as he staunchly held the line. His insidious psychic waves whispered into their minds, "Give up. He's beyond saving. Your comrades, they're as good as dead." Su Mingyi bit down on her tongue hard, the sharp pain shocking her mind back to clarity. Glancing at Li Hexuan's pale face and the faint yet unyielding pulse of his energy, her resolve to save him drowned out all else. A soft green glow from her power barely held off the chilling invasion of Ingio's insinuation. Zhang Nan, meanwhile, had long entered a berserk fury, his blood-boiling fighting spirit scorched Ingio's influence to cinders before it could take root. The fire-wielding enemy who had previously suffered at Li Hexuan's hands saw him down now and seized the opportunity to strike, his arrogance sky-high. Massive fireballs, the size of basketballs, bombarded Zhang Nan's defense line. His giant shield was charred black, sparks flying from every impact, and his hands bled as his grip cracked under the strain, yet his eyes blazed with defiance, refusing to take a single step back. Falling Leaves Mountain was moments away from being overrun. But just then, the dying Fish King released one final act of desperation. Its enormous body thrashed with reckless abandon in the water, triggering gigantic waves that surged out in all directions. Caught too close to the chaos, several of Chunhao's boats didn't have time to evade. Their brittle frames shattered like twigs, dropping their crew of enforcers and ability users screaming into the swirling waters. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Su Mingyi's energy successfully flowed into Li Hexuan. His tightly shut eyes fluttered open suddenly, and he coughed a mouthful of clotted, metallic-tasting blood. His face remained deathly pale, but a spark of life had returned to him. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Help me up." The moment he steadied himself, his sharp gaze snapped toward the forces relentlessly charging Zhang Nan's line. A cold smirk tugged at his lips as he muttered with disdain, "Opportunistic scum." Pushing his exhausted body to its limits, he summoned the bare remnants of his core energy. A subtle ripple emanated outward, centered on him. The heads of several of Chunhao's frontline soldiers buzzed as disorientation struck like a hammer. Communication and lighting devices reliant on batteries flickered and malfunctioned, sparking briefly before dying out completely. With this small-scale electromagnetic pulse, a technique he had recently begun to grasp following his advancement, he disrupted the advance just enough to buy precious moments amidst the chaos. Confused and unsure, he stood frozen in place. From the base of the mountain, Chunhao trained his binoculars on Li Hexuan. To his shock, He saw Li standing again, supported by Sumingyi. Not only that, but Li seemed to unleash some mysterious power. The sinister grin on Chunhao's face froze in an instant. How was it possible for Li Hexuan to be standing again? Even from a distance, Li's abyss-like gaze sent a chill through him. Turning to the water, he noticed the king fish thrashing about in its death throes, flipping over several boats, and scattering the remaining schools of fish. Next to him, Injo murmured ominously, his hint of retreat unmistakable. That kid seems to have recovered, and the king fish is almost done for. Should we? Chunhao's expression shifted between fury and hesitation. He had been so confident of victory, but not only was Li Hexuan proving impossible to kill, like a cockroach that refuses to die, but pressing the attack now would come at an unbearable cost. Even if they managed to capture Falling Leaf Mountain, his elite soldiers would likely face severe casualties. Worse, Li's bizarre ability to control electricity, and whatever mysterious move he had just unleashed, was deeply unsettling. Gritting his teeth, Chunhao made a decision. Through clenched teeth, he spat out a single word: retreat. It had been a grueling night of ambushes and carnage. The king fish was slain, the traitor exposed and eliminated, but Chunhao left empty-handed, tail between his legs. Yet this was far from over. Chunhao's pride and thirst for answers about Falling Leaf Mountain and Li Hexuan's secrets would surely bring him back. And there was a deeper fear. The king fish, massive as it was merely the first giant beast to emerge from the waters. What other monstrous creatures awaited them in the depths, hidden by the mist? The sound of a gong echoed, signaling Chunhao's forces to retreat. Like a tide ebbing away, his men fled in droves. Zhang Nin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. His body was drenched in blood, and his shield was in pieces, but he managed to crack a victorious grin through the mess on his face. We did it. We won. The survivors erupted into cheers, their tear-streaked, blood-stained faces glowing with relief and triumph. Li Hexuan, however, did not share in their celebration. His cold, sharp gaze lingered on the retreating fleet of ships. He knew this was only a temporary victory. Chunhao was a venomous snake that wouldn't rest until his vengeance was sated. As he watched them leave, his weary body faltered, and Sumingyi, joined by the approaching Zhou Yong, caught him just in time. The cheers soon faded under the weight of grim realities. Zhou Yong, face tense, reported the aftermath. Nearly a third of their people were dead or injured, ammunition and supplies were completely depleted, and critical defenses had been destroyed. For a fledgling base like theirs, it was a devastating toll. After a pause, Li Hexuan spoke quietly but firmly. Give our fallen brothers a hero's burial, and ensure their families are taken care of. No one should bleed for us and then have tears follow. As this heavy mood loomed, a commotion arose from the water's edge. The hulking corpse of the king fish, as large as a hill, had been carried to the shallows. Someone excitedly exclaimed, "We've struck gold. This thing's meat could feed us for ages." In a post-apocalyptic world, food was life, after all. But as Sumingyi helped Li Hexuan move closer, she furrowed her elegant brows and said, "There's an incredibly potent energy radiating from this corpse. It's unlike anything we've ever seen. Not even the strongest source crystals compare to this." Her words made Li Hexuan's heart race. Concentrating, he could feel it too. A vast, overwhelming force subtly emanating from within the king fish's remains. "Cut it open," he ordered. Several strong men struggled with all their might to pierce through the king fish's tough, rubbery skin. After layer upon layer of muscle was peeled away, they uncovered a crystal the size of a human fist. Its translucent, ghostly blue surface seemed to contain endless streams of flickering lightning. The energy it radiated was so powerful it made everyone shiver with awe. "A king-level source crystal," Li Hexuan whispered, his pupils constricting, his breath hitching. He had heard of these rare treasures. Above the standard blue crystals were purple crystals, and above those, the legendary and almost mythical king-level crystals. Each represented a terrifyingly powerful beast king, containing energy levels that dwarfed ordinary source crystals. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, their eyes glued to this treasure. While other spoils, like white and green crystals found during the cleanup, were significant, They seemed utterly insignificant compared to the king crystal, a candle's light against the brilliance of the moon. In the crowd's shadows, Jia Shuwen sat slumped in despair, his body filthy and his spirit shattered. Looking at Li Hexuan, once again defying all odds and obtaining such unimaginable treasures, he felt not only defeat, but the creeping realization that even admiring Li from afar might soon be beyond his ability. But Li Hexuan spared no thought for Jia or the onlookers. He knew exactly what this king-level crystal meant. It was the key to gaining a decisive advantage over Chun Hao. Without hesitation, he handed the best quality green crystals and 2 blue crystals to Su Mingyi to help her recover and push her abilities to the next level. The white crystals were distributed among Zhou Yong and the others to replenish and strengthen themselves. "I'll be in seclusion to absorb its power," Li declared. "Don't bother me, even if the sky is falling." Still, unease lingered in his mind. A king-level source crystal was no easy prize and certainly came with its cost. In the silent underground chamber, the crystal lay in his palm, its eerie energy pulsating faintly. The moment his power touched it, an unrelenting surge of violent energy rushed into his meridians, far beyond what he had anticipated. Within it lurked the vengeful, chaotic will of the king fish in its dying moments, combined with a potent water elemental force. It slammed into his consciousness, threatening to devour his mind and corrupt his abilities. Li's mental defenses, honed by a second life, slammed into place just in time to block it. At the same moment, his electromagnetic control ability kicked in, desperately attempting to tame the raging energy surging through his body. It was a perilous process. A single misstep could lead to shredded meridians or having his soul overpowered by the residual will of the defeated beast. Yet Li's expression remained impassive, relying on his extensive life-and-death battle experience from both lives to steer through the storm. The eerie blue light of the crystal engulfed him entirely, its chaotic energy surging again and again, forced into submission time after time by the sheer force of his will. Finally, as the last trace of the energy was refined, an overwhelming, unprecedented power erupted from deep within him. His body emitted an intense electromagnetic glow, now several times stronger. His mastery over electricity and magnetism had broken through to an advanced level. When he opened his eyes, a flash of electric light flared menacingly in his pupils before vanishing. Testing his newfound strength, he faced a half-meter-thick wall of reinforced concrete. Compressing his energy with precision, he raised a finger and released it. A thin, azure beam shot forward without a sound. It pierced the wall effortlessly, leaving behind a small, smooth hole, its edges polished like glass. His body, honed by the refined energy, had also been transformed, ascending from the E rank to the D rank's peak, just shy of the elusive C rank. The king-level crystal hadn't disappointed. When he pushed open the heavy iron door, Zhang Nan and Su Mingyi were both waiting anxiously. The moment they felt the profound, almost oppressive aura radiating from him, unrestrained joy brightened their faces. Su Mingyi had leveraged the energy from her crystals to not only recover but also greatly enhance both her healing range and her control over plants. She could even distinguish the energy attributes of various crystals with greater clarity. Zhang Nan, too, felt his titan strength flow far more fluidly than before, wielding it with newfound ease and power. The survival of the Thunder God base depended on strong leaders, united and resolute. With that in mind, Li Hexuan wasted no time. He quickly gathered the core team and laid down the lessons learned from their bloody battle. The defensive structure would be replanned, and efforts would be made to extract and utilize the Fish King's extraordinarily tough bones to fortify key fortifications. Electric traps would be hidden better and packed with more punch. Most importantly, Li set up a reward system right there on the spot. Regardless of whether someone was a newcomer or a veteran, everyone would earn food and supplies based on their contributions. Fighting, building, and scavenging for resources would all be tallied, and rewards would be given for merit while punishment would be delivered for misconduct. Those who stood out would get priority access to source crystals to strengthen themselves. This move was a game changer. It gave everyone a clear path forward in this post-apocalyptic chaos, a chance to fight for survival with their own hands. The core members straightened their backs with determination, responding in unison. Suming also brought up the idea of cultivating aggressive or deceptive mutant plants around the outer perimeter as a biological defense line to ease the base's burden. Lee immediately authorized her to take full charge of the project. The base, battered but unbroken, roared back to life with an unrivaled sense of purpose. Yet, knowing that Chunhao might strike again or that unknown threats might lurk nearby, Lee sent out a few trusted and highly skilled reconnaissance teams to scout in different directions under the cover of secrecy. After organizing these tasks, his gaze inadvertently drifted over the crowd, clearing debris. It finally landed on a particularly disheveled figure, Jia Shuwen. The grudge against her had yet to be settled, and worse storms were still lurking beneath the surface. Falling Leaves Mountain, still stained with the aftermath of battle, was far from being at peace. As for Jia Shuwen, Li couldn't even be bothered to strike her down with a single blade. When Zhou Yong cautiously asked what to do with her, Li replied without even raising his eyes, "Let her keep working, the hardest, dirtiest jobs. Let her suffer through every bit of it." Thunder God Base had no room for loafers or deadweight. Killing her swiftly would be too merciful. Forced to scrape by at the lowest rungs of the post-apocalyptic world, watching helplessly as those she once scorned climbed higher and higher, while she herself lost even the right to feel envious. That kind of torment was far more fitting. Sensing his icy gaze, Jia Shuwen shivered, quickly bowed her head, and didn't dare to look up. For now, the score with her was settled. Bigger issues were already surfacing. A few days later, intelligence reports began trickling back from the reconnaissance teams. The most concerning news was that Chunhao, that wily snake, not only hadn't been deterred by their previous clash, but had instead made the most of the chaos. While they had been locked in battle with the monstrous Fish King, Chun had absorbed several small, weakened camps nearby, swelling both his manpower and resources. Even worse, he was lavishly spending his resources to locate a safe route to the center of E-City. E-City Central. When those words fell, the scout added a chilling bit of rumor. After the floods receded, a tectonic shift had raised a patch of land in the city's core above the water, creating an isolated island. At its center stood a black tower, impossibly tall, piercing the sky. At night, the tower emitted an eerie glow. Monsters that wandered near grew stronger, one after another, while ability users could inexplicably increase their power faster just by being near it. And the source crystals near the base of the tower? They reportedly grew out of the ground like weeds. Lee's breath caught. These scattered pieces of information matched perfectly with the fragmented memories from his previous life, the Source Energy Tower. In his earlier timeline, this place became the epicenter of brutal conflict between factions as the endgame unfolded. It wasn't just because it overflowed with energy, it was the strategic crown jewel in the apocalyptic chessboard. Chunhao had sniffed out the opportunity, dead set on reaching the tower, gobbling up smaller camps, and spinning grand promises to lure the heads of surviving communities into his fold. Falling Leaves Mountain might have been safe, but it was ultimately a cage. To survive like a human being in this hellscape, to uncover the truth behind the apocalypse, one had to fight, to compete. This tempting prize? Lee intended to claim it entirely. In the meeting room, he spelled out the situation in just a few sentences. Zhang Nin slammed the table with a palm. "Chunhao wants in. Over my dead body. Let's crush him." Su Mingyi, calmer, tapped her fingers lightly against the tabletop. The lure of the E-City Tower, with its rapid cultivation and self-regenerating crystals, would inevitably turn it into a meat grinder. Every powerhouse and desperate survivor would descend upon it. Old Wang chewed on an unlit cigarette, but, "So, boss, what's the plan?" Lee made the decision immediately. As great as Falling Leaves Mountain was, it was only a backline. If Chunhao was going, they couldn't afford to stay behind. Not only would they take a piece of the pie, but they'd take the platter, too. Lee would personally lead an elite team to scout the area, set up a foothold, and establish a forward base near E-City. Zhang Nin immediately volunteered, practically leaping out of his seat. Su Mingyi stood as well. Her unique abilities were particularly suited to unfamiliar territories. Old Wang, however, requested to stay behind to hold the fort. Before setting off, Li instructed Lu Zhong to keep a sharp eye on Chunhao. every water route to East City, every monster along the way, and every other settlement in the vicinity. Pull up every detail you can. In the following days, the base worked like a well-oiled machine. Zhou Yong disassembled the Fish King's bones, mixing them with scavenged metal as he hammered away incessantly. A few tattered assault boats were transformed into miniature aquatic tanks, their hulls plated in thick steel, their prows fitted with jagged rams crafted from the bones of the Fish King. Their engines roared like beasts. Su Mingyi also proudly unveiled strange seeds she'd cultivated. Green ones that sprouted bulletproof walls of vines in minutes. Yellow ones producing nauseating gas at the slightest movement, and black ones whose pollen made people stumble as if drunk. In a place as treacherous as East City, these could be lifesavers. Just before their departure, waves of refugees arrived at the mountain, bringing news that made one's scalp tingle. East City had already become a battleground, a war zone where monsters devoured humans, survivors fought over territory, and remnants of the military and corporations flaunted their weaponry to claim the city center. The waters were murkier than anyone had imagined. But the murkier the water, the more gratifying it would be to take down that tower. At dawn, with mist still clinging to the air, Li Hexuan, Zhang Nan, Su Mengyi, and 10 specially selected fighters stood on the hilltop, their gear packed and ready. By the riverbank, 3 modified assault boats waited, their fishbone rams glinting coldly. Facing the gathered crowd of base members sending them off, Li left them with parting words. Thunder God Base stands where it is today not because of luck, but because of us. East City might be dangerous, a den of predators, but it's also ripe with opportunities. We've never been afraid of wolves fighting for scraps. When we leave, we'll come back victorious and proud. As soon as the word depart was uttered, the engines roared to life, and the 3 boats sliced through the murky waters, plunging into the dense, impenetrable fog to the east. On both sides of the waterway lay the decayed remnants of a drowned city, skeletal structures warped by water damage, crumbling walls and broken tiles appearing like ghostly shadows through the mist. Debris floated on the water alongside bloated corpses, the stench of rot mixing with the damp mildew in the air, choking anyone who breathed it in. Zhang Nan stood at the bow, gripping his massive, newly reinforced shield that felt even heavier in his hands, his large, vigilant eyes scanning the water's surface intensely. Inside the cabin, Su Mingyi meticulously sorted through medications and an assortment of mysterious seeds, while Li Hexuan leaned by the cockpit, the river breeze on his face as he stared at the uncertain waterways ahead. They had no idea how many predators lurked beneath these waters, nor how many dangerous humans with ill intentions roamed the surface. No one could predict what would emerge first. The answer came quicker than anticipated. Barely 10 kilometers past the boundary of Liam Mountain, the water appeared calm and undisturbed. Yet, beneath the surface, immense shadows wider than the boats themselves approached rapidly from multiple directions, encircling them silently. Li Hexuan, standing firm at the prow, warned coolly, "Stay sharp. This waterway is 100 times deadlier than Luya Mountain." Before his words had fully settled, a piercing screech shattered the air above. A group of enormous, dark red, talon-clad birds dove with terrifying speed toward the smallest boat at their rear. Li Hexuan snapped his right arm in a seemingly careless motion, and crackling arcs of electricity materialized out of thin air. The monstrous birds let out gut-wrenching cries as they were charred black, spiraling into the water with smoke rising from their lifeless bodies. They hit the surface so hard they barely caused a ripple. To him, now elevated in rank, these minor nuisances were nothing more than trifles. However, the waterway grew increasingly narrow, derelict towers closing in from both sides, their looming presence pressing down like an invisible weight. The old navigator, seasoned as he was, frowned deeply as he eyed the narrow strait between 2 half-collapsed skyscrapers up ahead. He muttered 3 heavy words, "Too damn quiet." Such ominous silence was often the prelude to something dire. Beneath the surface, those enormous shadows were closing in from 3 directions simultaneously. The 3 patrol boats had unwittingly sailed straight into their trap. The tranquility of the water exploded in an instant. 7 or 8 massive beasts the size of small trucks burst out of the water, their grotesque forms revealed, dark green, heavily armored with thick scales, a grotesque combination of crocodile and lizard traits. With powerful limbs and ghastly white fangs, they were truly nightmarish to behold. Li Hexuan's heart skipped a beat. Fragments of his rebirth memory rushed to the forefront. Amphibious croc lizards, notorious for their thick hides, immense strength, and agility both in water and on land. They were among the most troublesome adversaries to encounter. The team opened fire instinctively. Bullets struck scales with sparks and ricocheted uselessly. Even armor-piercing rounds left no more than shallow scratches. These creatures had skin tougher than steel. One of them, entirely enraged, launched itself at Zhang Nan's boat in a thunderous leap. Zhang Nan didn't flinch back. Instead, he stepped forward, taking the hit head-on with his massive shield. The impact shook the entire boat violently, and his arms trembled under the strain, veins bulging, his grip faltering for a moment from the numbing shock. The brute force of the creature was leagues beyond any fish monsters they had faced before. The rest of the creatures attacked simultaneously, some from the water, others using the ruins along the shore as springboards, encircling the three boats with relentless ferocity. One team member barely avoided disaster as a sharp claw ripped through the boat's steel hull, leaving behind a horrific gash. Li Hexuan didn't hold back any longer. Activating his most powerful ability, a massive electromagnetic storm erupted from him as the center, spanning a radius of 10 meters. Deep blue lightning arced wildly, intertwining with chaotic magnetic energy. The smell of ozone burned sharp in the nose. The croc lizards froze momentarily, their movements interrupted. The violent electrical currents tore through their thick scales, and magnetic forces immobilized their limbs. The smaller ones convulsed uncontrollably, their bodies charred and smoking. Seizing the opening, Li Hexuan gave a decisive order. Zhang Nan activated his titan strength, his muscles swelling as he surged with power. Snatching the wheel, he rammed the engine to its limit. The prow of the boat, reinforced with a spear-like kingfish fong, glinted coldly before slamming directly into a croc lizard blocking their path. A deafening crash followed. The beast flipped over, its armored hide splitting like cheap paper beneath the spear, leaving a gaping, bone-deep wound that sprayed dark green blood everywhere. The encirclement was torn apart. Using the lingering chaos of the electromagnetic storm and the disarray among the croc lizards, the three boats barely managed to break through the deadly waterway. Bruised and battered, the crew licked their wounds. The boats were scarred and damaged, but miraculously, no lives were lost. Still, this was just the opening act. A brutal reminder that this waterway lived up to its deadly reputation, far more perilous than Lia Mountain. Barely catching their breath, they were greeted by the echo of roaring engines from up ahead. Around the river bend, several military assault boats, unmistakable with their bold insignias, fanned out to encircle them. Leading the group was a young officer with the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulders. Behind him stood over a dozen soldiers, rifles ready, their barrels pointed with clear intent. The lieutenant's voice was icy and firm. "Who are you? Where are you from? And what business do you have in any city?" So, the intelligence was correct. The military had established a presence in East City. Li Hexuan maintained a composed tone, responding, "We're just surviving travelers, looking for a safe place to settle." But the lieutenant's skeptical stare made it clear he didn't believe a word. After all, the blood-stained decks and battle scars on the boat told a far grimmer tale. One particularly aggressive soldier stepped forward, barking an order for them to drop their weapons and submit to inspection. Li Hexuan didn't bother to argue. He raised a single finger, and the soldier's rifle was wrenched from his grasp by an invisible force, clanging heavily onto the deck in front of them. Everyone froze. The tension was palpable as every rifle instantly aimed at him, the air thick with hostility. The lieutenant's gaze sharpened, his shock poorly hidden. He hadn't even seen how Li Hexuan had done it. With a calm voice, Li Hexuan spoke. "Consider it a small demonstration, a gesture of courtesy. We mean no harm to the military. We're just looking for refuge." Those words carried more weight than any threat. The lieutenant, suppressing his unease, barked an order for his men to stand down. Sternly, he laid out the official terms. East City was under military jurisdiction. At the center was a large, fortified shelter where survivors could register and receive basic food and lodging. But his tone darkened as he added a warning. East City was a chaotic battlefield. Beyond the military, numerous factions had infiltrated, vying for control. The most volatile hotspot was the mysterious energy tower that had recently emerged. It had become the epicenter of conflict, drawing every major power to its shadow. When Li Heshuan pressed for details on other factions, the lieutenant hesitated briefly before dropping a single name: Chen Hao. A leader of a civilian faction, Chen Hao had recently entered East City's contested zone, bringing a formidable force with him. Ruthless in action, he had already clashed with multiple groups. Chen Hao, that venomous snake, had indeed arrived first, drawn by the scent of opportunity. For a fleeting moment, an uncharacteristic crack appeared in Li Heshuan's composed exterior. Both Zhang Nan and Su Mingyi noticed it immediately. His chest tightened. The second lieutenant, recognizing the man's extraordinary strength and seemingly lack of malice, decided to let him off with a simple warning. Better follow the military's rules while you're in East City's territory, or you'll face the consequences. With that, he turned around and resumed his patrol, though not before casting a meaningful glance back at Li Heshuan. Zhang Nan spat on the ground, cursing the soldiers for their high and mighty attitude. Su Mingyi voiced her concerns about what the military's establishment of a shelter meant for their mission. Li Heshuan, however, fixed his gaze on the colossal spire in the center of East City. Even through the dense fog, its oppressive aura loomed. He simply remarked, "Chen Hao's beaten us to it. The waters here are muddier than I thought, but the murk only makes things more interesting." With a quick command, the three boats accelerated towards the center of East City. What used to be an industrial zone was now mostly submerged underwater, forming a maze of toppled smokestacks, rusted factory shells, and twisted steel beams. A vigilant team member lowered his voice to report, "There's movement ahead. Looks like people." Near a skewed, abandoned dock, a few battered boats floated and shadows flitted around. It was a small survivor enclave that resembled more of a haphazard black market. The atmosphere was tense, and mistrust simmered among the mixed group of shady individuals. Su Mingyi reminded them of their dwindling supply of fresh water. Li Heshuan disembarked with Zhang Nan and two other team members. As they stepped onto the creaking wooden dock, a group of rough-looking men swaggered up. Their leader, a man with a prominent knife scar, sized up their advanced gear and customized boats before offering a sneering smile. "Welcome to Bloody Shark Bay. This is our turf," he said smoothly. "If you want to dock and resupply, there's a toll to be paid. A gesture of goodwill, if you will." Zhang Nan rolled his eyes at the classic extortion routine. One step forward from him was enough to cause the ground to slightly tremble underfoot. Several of the lackeys instinctively took half a step back. Enraged at the sight of their hesitation, Knife Scar Face barked an order, "Get them." With a wild yell, his men charged forward, wielding rusted steel pipes and cleavers. Zhang Nan didn't even bother using his massive shield. Instead, his fists did the talking. The sound of dull impacts mingled with the sharp snap of breaking bones. In mere moments, the attackers were sprawled out, wailing on the ground, clutching their fractured limbs. A roar from behind the ramshackle huts caused the crowd to part. A muscular man stepped out in a steady, predatory stride. Bare-chested and covered in shark tattoos, he carried a fearsome half-meter machete. His every movement radiated menace, his violent energy palpable. As he scanned the group, his eyes briefly lingered on Zhang Nan, detecting the powerful aura emanating from him. "I'm Su Gang, the blood shark of Bloody Shark Bay," he announced confidently. "Around here, my word is law. You broke my men, so I need an explanation. Either that, or all of you stay behind to sleep with the fishes." Su Gang, it turned out, was a low-tier strength-based superhuman, a level of power feared in these chaotic outskirts. Li Heshuan didn't even spare him a proper look, replying coldly, "You're not worth my time." With that, he lazily raised his right index finger. A barely audible hum pierced the air. Su Gang's hand, the one gripping his machete, spasmed violently as though struck. The machete was wrenched from his grasp by an invisible force and flew through the air, embedding itself deep into a wooden post over 10 meters away. The blade quivered, and the handle buzzed faintly from the impact. Almost simultaneously, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. Su Gang convulsed uncontrollably, letting out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing in a heap, frothing at the mouth and utterly incapacitated. A hush fell over the dockyard. The Bloody Shark gang members turned pale, their weapons clattering to the ground as they scrambled backward, desperate to avoid becoming the next target. Meanwhile, the black market's other survivors watched with a mixture of fear and awe. In just one move, this young man had utterly crushed someone as notorious as Su Gang. The real question lingering in everyone's mind: just how strong was this young man? No one dared find out. And yet, the true battlefield, the massive source energy tower that loomed high in the fog, drawing the likes of the military, corporations, and Chunhao into a feeding frenzy, awaited him. With his very first step into E-City's border, Li Hexuan had already made his mark in this chaos. Without Su Gang calling the shots, talk about a toll quickly dissipated. Li Hexuan unapologetically commandeered a significant portion of the dockyard's resources: food, fresh water, medical supplies, and ammunition. Not stopping there, they also claimed the gang's well-maintained speedboats to replace the team's heavily damaged assault crafts. Dragging a trembling, low-ranking lackey to his feet, Li Hexuan asked just one question. "The source energy tower. Where is it?" Like spilling beans from a tipped-over jar, the man confessed everything. The tower was located in the heart of E-City, at what used to be the municipal square. It was so tall that it was visible from any corner of the city, but getting close was no easy feat. Swarms of mutated monsters roamed the area, viciously aggressive as if driven mad by the tower's energy. Several factions had already laid eyes on it, and even the military had struggled to establish control, having fought multiple battles over it. As for other factions, the man whispered a name that sent chills through the air: the Iron Croc Syndicate. Their leader was said to be even more terrifying than Su Gang, and the Bloody Shark Gang used to pay them protection money. The Iron Croc Syndicate, Li Hexuan silently noted. Indeed, the waters here were deeper than he'd imagined. Su Mingyi observed the emaciated and blank-faced ordinary survivors around the dock. For many here, just staying alive was agonizingly difficult. With their supplies packed and their boats switched out, the team wasted no time heading towards the increasingly visible spire. Several hours later, their speedboats zipped beneath the remnants of a ruined cross-river bridge. As they emerged on the other side, the fog itself seemed to recede, unveiling an unsettling sight. A massive section of land rose abruptly from the watery ruins of the city, like an isolated urban island. At its center stood a towering black spire, its grotesque surface etched with patterns that seemed both skeletal and metallic. Surrounding the tower, an intense aura pulsed outward like tidal waves, distorting the very air with visible ripples. Even from several kilometers away, the crushing pressure of its raw energy made it hard to breathe. Zhang Nan's throat went dry as he stared in disbelief. Su Mingyi's breaths quickened in trepidation. This energy, it dwarfed the king luminous anglerfish's core crystal by an unimaginable margin. Li Hexuan never took his eyes off the tower. Memories of blood-soaked scenes from his past life surged in his mind. Asterisk the source energy tower. I'm back. Asterisk in his previous life, it had been humanity's final hope and the burial ground for countless heroes. As they neared the ominous structure, the dense energy grew so thick it felt like walking into an invisible storm, prickling their skin with static. Maneuvering around a partially collapsed office building, an eerie howl shattered the oppressive silence. From the rubble shot dozens of shadowy figures, creatures larger than wolves, silent in their movements save for the screeching scrape of claws against concrete. Mutated wolfhounds, highly venomous claws, stay alert, Li Hexuan shouted. These beasts were cunning, their movements unpredictable as they darted in and out of cover. Bullets whizzed past most, only grazing their thick fur or missing altogether, which only seemed to drive the creatures into a greater frenzy. One of them leapt over 10 meters into the air, careening straight toward Li Hexuan's boat with fangs bared. Instead of retreating, Li Hexuan surged forward, his right fist crackling with electric energy. He swung it with unyielding force, meeting the beast midair. The scene exploded into chaos. Yet, the wolfhounds were utterly fearless, and in the blink of an eye, several had broken through the hail of gunfire and leaped onto the ship. The melee raged on when sudden bursts of intense gunfire and furious shouts erupted from the rear flank. On 3 dilapidated fishing boats, a dozen people were frantically fleeing, their situation even worse than the one on the ship. Among them was a middle-aged man brandishing a machete with brute strength, while a young woman at his side wielded vines that whipped through the air, though without significant impact. Amid the cacophony, Li Hushuan's commanding voice rang out. "Friends, let's team up and deal with these beasts first." Without hesitation, the two groups quickly merged, forming a defensive circle back-to-back. A storm of electromagnetic energy ripped through the air, instantly charring and paralyzing several wolfhounds that had been leading the charge. Zhang Nin didn't waste a second, wielding his massive shield with wild sweeps, smashing the bones and tendons of any wolfhound that dared get too close. Su Mingyi's slender fingers pointed forward, and resilient vines erupted from the water, rapidly growing to form a green barrier around the group, slowing the attacker's approach. Simultaneously, green lights flickered from her fingertips, landing on the injured and quickly staunching their wounds and hastening their recovery. Both the machete-wielding man and the vine controller watched in awe. Such mastery in manipulating plant energy, coupled with efficient healing, was truly impressive. After the battle, the middle-aged man wiped the bloodstains from his face and introduced himself with a respectful fist-to-palm salute. "Lu Jiu's the name. Folks call me Old Nine. This here's my sister, Lu Yao. We're from the Jiuzhou team." Li Hushuan replied with just 4 words. "Li Hushuan, Thunder Base." The team quickly extracted several dimly glowing red-gray crystals from the wolfhound corpses, low in quality but abundant in quantity, and split them evenly, as agreed. During their brief conversation, Li Hushuan managed to draw out critical information. Old Nine's expression turned grim as he explained, "Ever since this tower appeared, all of East City has turned into a hellscape. The tower has multiple levels, with purer energy the higher you go, a dream for ability users. But the monsters guarding the tower grow stronger as well. Many teams haven't even made it past the first level before getting completely wiped." When Li Hushuan casually mentioned someone named Chun Hao, Old Nine quickly lowered his voice. "That guy? Chun Hao's ruthless, a cold-blooded killer with incredible strength. He has a crew of desperados under his thumb. Been here a few days longer than us, and already claimed a spot on the tower's east side, a deserted munitions factory, as their base. They're plotting how to break into the first level's entrance." The East Side Munitions Factory. Li Hushuan tucked the information away in his mind. As they spoke, Li Hushuan's eyes were drawn to a stone tablet partially buried in rubble near the base of the tower. It was taller than a man, its surface dark and somber, carved with eerie, twisted symbols. Not even his extensive recollections of his past life offered any insight into it. Old Nine remarked that the stone tablet had been there ever since the tower emerged, but no one could decipher the strange symbols. The monsters surrounding it were so abundant that no one could get close. Running his fingers over the etched surface, Li Hushuan made a mental note. These enigmatic symbols might hold a crucial secret about the tower. Still, he didn't linger by the tablet. With a plan forming, he decided not to confront Chun Hao just yet. Instead, he would explore the tower from the west. Old Nine warned that the western side's terrain was more treacherous, with a wider variety of monsters. Without further discussion, Li Hushuan instructed his team to check their gear and restock their ammunition, preparing for the tower's challenges. After parting with the Jiuzhou team, they navigated the western ruins. They soon discovered a collapsed building with a narrow opening, just barely large enough for someone to squeeze through. From within, waves of pure energy emanated faintly. Squeezing through the passage, they emerged into a vast space. The tower's interior was staggering in scale, with a soaring dome and a soft, glowing radiance cascading throughout. The surrounding energy was so potent and pure that every breath seemed to infuse their bodies with vitality. Zhang Nin took a deep breath and exclaimed how invigorating it felt, though Su Mingyi furrowed her brows. She warned, "The energy here is very active, but it feels unstable, almost agitated." Moments after her warning, several translucent and amorphous energy constructs coalesced out of thin air and lunged silently toward them. Without hesitation, Li Hushuan declared, "Energy Guardians. Physical attacks won't work. hit them with energy bursts. The team opened fire, but the bullets passed through without leaving a mark. Li Hexuan sneered and unleashed a powerful electromagnetic storm that engulfed the energy constructs. Amid their ear-piercing shrieks, the constructs dimmed rapidly before dissolving into primal energy particles. Against pure energy beings, his mastery of electromagnetic forces was effortlessly dominant. Thanks to his abilities, the team swept through the Guardians, navigating the labyrinth-like interior of the tower, and soon reached a grand, spacious hall. The energy here was even denser, and at the room's center floated several translucent energy fragments, glowing softly with radiating purity, far superior in quality to the crystals dropped by the wolfhounds. As they approached, hurried footsteps echoed from an adjacent corridor, followed by a sharp, sneering voice. "Quick! Right here! I can sense pure source energy." A group of over a dozen individuals emerged, all clad in matching dark blue combat uniforms bearing Silverbird logos with the word Apocalypse inscribed beneath. Their leader, a haughty young man in his early 20s, radiated the aura of a peak-tier beginner ability user. He played with two morphing metallic spheres in his hands. The arrival of these energy fragments had barely settled in when this new group appeared to stake their claim. From their distinctive uniforms and sophisticated equipment, it was clear the Apocalypse team was no regular dockside gang. The young leader, introduced later as Zhao Yuhang, had his sights set on the prize immediately. Greed flashed briefly across his face before his gaze shifted to Su Mengyi, lingering provocatively. His oily, self-important rhetoric tried to recruit her while his subordinates laughed behind him, their expressions mocking and derisive. Zhang Nin took a step forward, slamming his massive shield onto the ground with a resonating thud that commanded silence. Intimidated, Zhao Yuhang hesitated before attempting to reassert dominance by invoking the Apocalypse group's name, arrogantly demanding the energy fragments for himself and insisting that Su Mengyi stay with him, offering a crude ultimatum that they could leave with their lives if they complied. Li Hexuan, unimpressed, calmed Zhang Nan with a single hand gesture and approached slowly, his eyes cold. Without sparing Zhao Yuhang a glance, he stated, "Apocalypse Group? Never heard of it. The fragments are ours. You can leave now." This sheer audacity shattered Zhao Yuhang's composure. Enraged, he rubbed his palms together, and the two metallic spheres instantly extended into gleaming, lethal daggers aimed directly at Li Hexuan's throat and heart. Metal manipulation? To Li Hexuan, it was child's play. With a mere flick of his wrist, an invisible force field materialized, halting the daggers mere inches from his face. No matter how Zhao Yuhang tried to exert control, the daggers wouldn't budge. They might as well have been anchored to someone else's power. For the first time, Zhao Yuhang's confidence faltered, his voice trembling in disbelief. Had enough fun? Li Hexuan's voice was ice-cold. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the daggers reversed course at lightning speed, hurtling back toward their stunned owner. Zhao Yuhang tried to dodge, but was pinned by an invisible force. With two sharp sounds, his shoulders were pierced clean through, leaving him nailed to the wall of the tower. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Nan, already brimming with rage, charged into the crowd of Tianqi members with his shield held high. With a single sweep, anyone caught in his path was either injured or sent flying across the room. The Thunder God squad moved with ruthless precision, and within moments, the group fell to their knees, helmets and weapons scattered, begging for mercy. Their earlier bravado had all but turned into the meek chirps of defeated men. Li Hexuan strode up to Zhao Yuhang, who was nailed to the wall, his face pale from pain. Speaking in a low yet menacing tone, he commanded, "Spill it. Everything about the Source Energy Tower and E-City's factions. The more you cooperate, the less you'll suffer." Faced with the deadly aura and immeasurable power in front of him, Zhao Yuhang was left with no backbone to resist. He spilled everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. The tower had multiple levels, and they were currently only in the outer perimeter of the first floor. To reach the second floor, they'd have to push through the core of the first level, which was guarded by even more terrifying energy constructs. As for the power struggles in E-City, besides the military and Chun Hao, there were groups like the Iron Crocodile Syndicate, formed by old mafia factions from before the apocalypse, as well as organizations pieced together from the remnants of large corporations like Tianchi Group. All parties were at each other's throats, seeing the tower as a juicy, irresistible prize. Rumor had it that the military had even set up a mysterious research division discreetly focused on the tower's secrets. After listening, Li Hexuan gave a brief gesture. Strip them. Don't leave a single source crystal, weapon, or piece of ammo. The Tianchi group members watched helplessly as their possessions were emptied out before their eyes. Their faces contorted with anguish, but none dared to utter a word of protest. Li Hexuan glanced back, sparing them just a single word, scram. His icy tone carried an unspoken promise. Meet me again, and it won't just be your limbs. Su Mingyi stepped forward to collect a few soft glow shards. As her fingertips brushed against them, a tide of warmth rushed violently through her body. She felt the abundant source energy from within the tower eagerly surging into her. So intensely pleasurable, she almost let out a sound. Her cheeks flushed with an abnormal redness. Noticing this, Li Hexuan asked if she was all right. Blinking away her daze, she lightly shook her head. I'm fine. It's just, the energy here seems to really like me. Li Hexuan gave her a long, deep look. There was more to this tower than met the eye, and Tianchi Group was merely an appetizer. As for Su Mingyi, her peculiar physical reaction hinted at greater implications yet to come. He had a suspicion, a hunch, that her rarity could stir unpredictable waves within the tower. Following the directions Zhao Yuhang had given, they navigated through a series of twisting energy corridors. Eventually, they stopped in front of what appeared to be a plain section of the tower wall. Li Hexuan extended his finger, a spark of electricity crackling at a specific point. The wall rippled like the surface of water, and soon, a vortex-like passage materialized. He stepped in first, and the scene before them transformed. The second level was no longer a stable environment, but a chaotic realm of energy storms. Violent streams of pure energy howled like invisible hurricanes through the space, with deep black spatial rifts occasionally flickering in and out of existence, devouring all light that drew too close. The source energy in this area was exponentially purer compared to the first level, but just as much more treacherous. Li Hexuan sternly warned the team to avoid being swept into the maelstrom, his own body already shrouded in a thin film of crackling electricity as a protective barrier. Just as the words left his lips, multiple ghost-like figures, formed entirely from wind elements, silently emerged from the storm. Their shapes were distorted, and their speed was almost too quick to follow. In an instant, dozens of razor-sharp wind blades were launched from all directions, leaving no room for escape. Zhang Nan slammed his massive shield to the ground, withstanding most of the barrage, but was pushed back several steps. Recognizing the creatures as wind elementals, Su Mingyi formed intricate seals with her hands. Dozens of sturdy green vines erupted from the ground, entangling the air around them, weaving into a net. The speed demons, thrown off balance, faltered and slowed as they collided with the net. Li Hexuan refrained from unleashing a large-scale electromagnetic storm in such an unstable environment, knowing it was too risky. Instead, he cupped his hands together, forming two highly condensed orbs of lightning. With precision, he hurled them at the elementals trapped in Su Mingyi's web. They erupted on impact, shredding the ghostly figures into pure energy that dissipated into nothingness. As the team coordinated flawlessly, a sudden change threw everything into chaos. From the shadowy ruins off to the side, a cold, malevolent voice barked out, "Now!" An invisible mental shockwave, sharp and searing like a hot needle, stabbed into Li Hexuan's mind. Simultaneously, a blazing fire dragon roared forth, not targeting Li Hexuan but aiming directly at a wind elemental in the midst of forming a tornado. Fire and wind fused together instantly, creating a massive flaming cyclone several meters wide. Its fiery wrath surged toward the Thunder God squad with devastating intensity. Chen Hao, along with Yin Jiu and a fire element wielder, had emerged. The timing of their attack was viciously precise, hitting the team just as they exhausted their strength and were entangled with the wind elementals. Having launched a combination of physical and psychic attacks, Li Hexuan appeared momentarily frozen in place, as if paralyzed. The fire wielder shouted in ecstatic triumph. "We got him! He's been caught by my brother's psychic spike. Take him down." Chun Hao and over a dozen elite fighters charged from the shadows like starving wolves, faces twisted with the cruel confidence of certain victory. They were ready to tear him apart completely while he was helpless. But just as Chun Hao closed in, his gloating smile reaching its peak, Li Hexuan moved. The stiffness vanished in an instant, replaced by a frigid, killing intent cold enough to freeze the air. A sneer played at his lips. "You trash think you're enough to stop me?" That brief moment of paralysis had been a trap. A thunderous electromagnetic storm exploded outward from Li Hexuan, far more ferocious than any he'd unleashed before. Deep blue arcs of lightning lashed out in wild fury, and the chaotic magnetic fields twisted space itself. Chun Hao's pupils shrank into pinpoints as the horrifying realization dawned, but it was too late. The elites charging at the front had no time to even scream. They were shredded into bloody pieces, their remains scattered violently. Chun Hao himself was struck by the storm's edge, his protective energy shattered instantly as he was flung backward like a rag doll, crashing into the ruined walls. Blood spurted from his mouth. Rage and disbelief flared in his eyes. "You weren't affected by the psychic spike." Li Hexuan's cold laugh approached, step by step. His body crackled with a halo of electricity. "That pathetic little trick? You thought that could affect me?" Chun Hao's face turned deathly pale. He'd grossly miscalculated. This man was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. A glint of malevolence flashed in his eyes as he signaled toward his remaining subordinates. "Activate it. Now." And then, from behind Chun Hao's group, someone no one expected stepped forward, Jia Shuwen. Her previous disheveled appearance from the base was gone. She was now clad in clean combat gear, though her face still bore traces of exhaustion. Her eyes, however, burned with vengeful satisfaction. Pointing a sharp finger at Li Hexuan, she shrieked in a venomous voice, calling him a cold-blooded monster. Turning to Su Mengyi and Zhang Nan, she tried to sow discord, accusing him of, "He never treated you as humans, merely as tools to climb higher. Once you're of no use, your end will be worse than hers." The words of a traitor were polluted filth, and Zhang Nan and Su Mengyi didn't even bother to listen. Li Hexuan let out a mocking laugh. "Noisy," he uttered disdainfully. With a flick of his fingers, a spark of electricity shot straight at her. A sharp scream erupted, but was abruptly silenced when Jia Shuwen collapsed to the ground, convulsing and unconscious. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Chun Hao seized the chance and barked an order in a sharp, commanding tone. "Activate it." One of his men immediately pressed a concealed, peculiar metallic device in his arms. The final ace hidden in the hands of the cornered beast had been played right when Li Hexuan shattered all of his arrogance and dropped his guard. The moment the device activated, an invisible wave of chaotic energy burst forth from its center. The energy storm on the second floor halted briefly, and the previously pure and violent source energy suddenly became erratic. Instantly, the members of the Thor squad felt their abilities stagnate, as though an unseen shackle had wrapped around their powers. An energy disruptor. Li Hexuan narrowed his eyes. Instantly understanding this was Chun Hao's true trump card. The earlier ambush wasn't a serious strike, just a setup to push things to this turning point. Chun Hao, witnessing his plan succeed, felt a surge of confidence. Sliding into the shadows under his feet, he emerged silently behind Li Hexuan, holding in his hand a blade forged from condensed darkness. He aimed it directly at Li Hexuan's back. Paired with him, Yin Jiu and a fire wielder attacked from both sides, cutting off all escape routes. This was a killing move long in the making, Shadow Command. And yet just this? Li Hexuan didn't even turn his head. As if he had eyes on the back of his skull, he casually ordered, "Nan, Mengyi, clean up the riffraff." Zhang Nan roared as he charged Yin Jiu head-on, while Su Mengyi's vines erupted from the ground, capturing the fire wielder and locking the battlefield into two sections. As for the ambush, Li Hexuan advanced instead of retreating, twisting around abruptly. The electricity crackling around him didn't weaken but surged with even greater intensity. The energy disruptor, surprisingly, had no effect on him. Chun Hao's face paled with shock. "You're full of tricks," said Li Hexuan coldly. And he no longer held back. Chunhao responded by pouring all his strength into his attack. Inky darkness oozed from him, expanding into a murky veil spanning tens of meters. Light bent and perceptions dulled within this field. His breath flickered indistinctly, poised to strike a killing blow at any moment from any direction. "This is my domain," Chunhao declared, voice echoing ominously. "Here, I am a god." Li Hexuan's response was calm, almost serene, but his words erupted in the darkness like thunder. "Then let me show you what divine punishment truly looks like." A cascade of deep blue lightning erupted from Li Hexuan, slicing through the darkness with an overwhelming brilliance. The clash between lightning and shadow sent shockwaves rippling through the space, shaking the very fabric of the second floor. Even the energy storm deeper within the floor was pulled into the collision, as tiny spatial fractures flickered at the edges of the battlefield. Here lay the problem. Lightning naturally countered darkness. And on top of that, Li Hexuan's mastery of his domain was far more advanced than Chunhao's rudimentary understanding. A massive bolt of lightning tore through layers of shadow, striking Chunhao hard on his left shoulder. His protective darkness shattered instantly. Staggering backward, his left shoulder was charred and bloodied beyond recognition. He couldn't comprehend it. His meticulously planned ambush, his strongest trump card. How had it all crumbled in a single stroke before this man? Retreat. Chunhao quickly made his decision, his remaining shadow retracting into a thin, ground-hugging silhouette as he sped toward the deeper passage, taking Injiao and the others with him. His parting, venomous words echoed behind him. "The source energy tower will ultimately belong to me." As their enemies vanished, Li Hexuan's tension finally released. He exhaled a shaky breath laced with the sensation of static fire. Clashing head-on with Chunhao's domain, while simultaneously resisting the effects of the disruptor, had drained him. His unscathed appearance? A facade held together by sheer willpower. Su Mingyi hurried over to channel life energy into him, but she suddenly froze. The intense battle, coupled with the pure and volatile source energy of the second layer, was like two keys unlocking something deep within her. A powerful, unfamiliar warmth stirred in her veins and resonated inexplicably with the energy of the entire tower. "Mr. Li," her voice trembled with a mix of awe and disbelief, I can feel the heartbeat of this tower." Li Hexuan studied her with a deep, intent gaze, but said nothing else. Chunhao had fled to an even deeper floor, and the opportunity lying atop the tower could not be delayed. "Gather the spoils," he ordered. "Let's keep moving up." The path upward was a true test. On the third floor, they faced nearly invisible crystalline scorpions capable of refracting light. Thanks to Li Hexuan's precise electromagnetic sensing, they managed to weave a deadly crossfire, taking out every last one. On the fourth floor, they encountered an energy maze capable of mimicking intruders' abilities. Here, Su Mingyi's newly awakened constitution became the key. With her eyes closed, the energy flow of the entire tower appeared as a detailed map in her mind. She could discern traps from pathways instantly. Her vines, rather than being destroyed by the energy constructs, absorbed and ensnared them instead. With her guidance, the group punched through all the way to the top. They passed through a shimmering, starry energy membrane and reached the summit. This wasn't a rooftop, but a vast circular platform. Above them wasn't the sky. It was a dazzling nebula of pure energy swirling lazily. At its very center, a spherical core with a diameter over 20 meters hovered like a liquid sun. Every pulse from it sent resonances rippling through the surroundings. This was, unmistakably, the heart of the source energy tower. But what truly caused Li Hexuan's pupils to contract was the figure coiled beneath the core. A gargantuan beast, its body coated in crystalline obsidian-like armor, lay sleeping. Faint purple lightning crackled within the seams of its scales. Even in slumber, the oppressive aura it exuded was soul-crushing. A king-class creature. This crystalline earth drake was far more dangerous than the lanternfish king they had encountered before. And as if that wasn't enough trouble, they weren't the only ones here. Almost simultaneously, two other groups entered from separate entrances. To their left, a dozen-strong military squad filed in, equipped with cutting-edge exoskeleton combat suits. Leading them was a young Lieutenant Li Hexuan had briefly crossed paths with once before. To their right, a group clad in navy blue combat gear emerged. At the forefront stood a cold, stern middle-aged man in his 50s, whose aura radiated an intimidatingly dense high-level energy. Behind him, cowering, was the already crippled Zhao Yuhang. The moment Zhao laid eyes on, Li Hexuan pointed with a finger, his tone venomous, and shouted, "Uncle, it was him who crippled me." The middle-aged man was Zhao Qilong, the highest-ranking official of the Tianqi group in E-City. He cast a cold, dismissive glance at Li Hexuan before his attention was caught by the glowing core in the center of the structure, as well as the colossal sleeping beast. Greed, raw and naked, flickered in his eyes. The three factions had converged on the tower's peak. The atmosphere thickened, as if freezing in an instant. But to everyone's shock, the first to make a move wasn't any of them. The bloodlust and avarice in the air disrupted the dormant creature. The crystal-armored earth dragon stirred. Its immense body shifted slightly, and the scales over its eyelids slowly lifted to reveal a molten gold vertical pupil. Its gaze swept deliberately over the military, Tianqi, and finally rested on Li Hexuan's group. A crushing sense of dominance, primal and overwhelming, descended on everyone present. From deep within its chest came a roar, a soundless wave of pressure, charged with raw dragon might and chaotic energy, that exploded outward like a physical force. The entire platform shook violently. The weaker members among the three factions, without exception, felt as if an invisible giant hammer had slammed into their chests. Blood spewed as they crumpled to the ground. Even the junior officer from the military and Zhao Qilong had to burn through their powers just to withstand the brunt of the shockwave. A single roar from the creature was enough to leave everyone gasping for breath, crushed beneath the weight of its kingly power. The fragile détente between the factions was obliterated in that instant. The enormous beast began to rise. Its mountain-like frame blocked the glow of the core, engulfing everyone in a vast shadow. In its golden eye, a searing fury flickered, a fury born of being awakened against its will. Its gaze zeroed in on its first target. Surprisingly, it wasn't the seemingly weakest figure, Li Hexuan, nor the heavily armed military forces. Instead, it locked on the Tianqi group, whose hunger and greed for the core were most evident. The dragon roared again, this time unleashing a destructive fan-shaped wave of deep purple energy in their direction. Despite being a seasoned high-level ability user, Zhao Qilong could only hurriedly slam his hands to the ground, summoning 3 thick walls of rock reinforced with earthy energy. They rose in an effort to shield his group. But against a king-class creature, such hastily formed defenses were like wet paper. The shockwave barely paused as it smashed through the walls, pulverizing them into explosive shrapnel. The fragments, laced with violent energy, sprayed out like deadly scatter shot, ripping apart several weaker Tianqi members before they could even scream. Zhao Yuhang was struck by flying debris, sent sprawling, and was nearly consumed by the energy surge that followed. It was only his uncle's quick reaction, a sharp pull, that saved him from being swept away entirely. "You damned beast," Zhao Qilong bellowed, his voice a mix of fury and terror. Watching the dragon close in, he pulled out a silver metallic sphere and crushed it in his palm. The device triggered the release of an ultimate electromagnetic pulse. An invisible rippling pulse spread outward, disrupting the purple energy coursing along the dragon's crystalline body. Its massive frame froze for a split second. This was a cutting-edge weapon, developed at great cost by Tianqi specifically to combat energy-based entities. "Focus fire on its eyes," Zhao Qilong yelled, exploiting the momentary opportunity. Meanwhile, the military responded with calm precision. Their commanding officer issued swift and deliberate orders, organizing a coordinated effort. One team provided suppressive fire, another moved to disable the dragon's hind legs to limit its mobility, while a third unit prepared high-powered armor-piercing rounds, ready to fire on his command. Both factions scrambled to exploit the precious few seconds during which the monstrous creature was incapacitated. On the sidelines, Li Hexuan hadn't acted yet. His sharp gaze was fixed on the raging beast as his mind worked rapidly. The core of the tower was tantalizingly close, but standing in the way was a force so powerful that even a combined effort from the military and Tianqi might not be enough to prevail. The soldiers' assault began in tandem, dozens of rifles opening fire. Bullets ricocheted off the dragon's thick crystalline armor harmlessly, sparking useless flashes of light. They couldn't even leave a dent. It was a daunting sight. This was a creature that even the military's heavy weaponry could barely scratch. Yet, Li Hexuan held his people back, keeping them tucked away in the shadows of collapsed pillars. His voice was cold, devoid of any urgency. "Stay hidden. Let them feed that thing first." Zhang Nan, gripping his shield tightly, veins bulging with frustration, appeared on the verge of acting. Li Hexuan stopped him with a single word. Wait. What was he waiting for? Even his own team couldn't discern his intentions. But another presence on his team, Su Mingyi, saw something. The moment she had set foot on the tower, she had felt a powerful resonance with its structure. As the battle raged, her connection to the enormous energy core deepened. With her eyes closed, she felt it vividly. The core pulsed like a beating heart. Her eyes snapped open suddenly. Her voice dropped to an urgent, hushed tone. That core, every time the beast attacks, it reacts violently. There's an unstable point on the lower right, like a fracture. That fracture was what Li Hexuan had been waiting for, a flaw that could be exploited, a crack through which he could pry opportunity from a king-class monster. He made no immediate moves. First, his eyes flickered toward a nearby cluster of shadows. Hiding there was another group, Chun Hao's remnants, led by a mental ability user known as Ingio, were also looking to capitalize on the chaos. Li Hexuan didn't waste any words, nor did he even send Zhang Nan. His right hand lifted slightly. A faint thread of deep blue electricity zipped out across nearly 100 meters, shrouded in silence, piercing the back of Ingio's head. No sound escaped the man's lips as he dropped lifelessly to the ground. His subordinates barely had time to react before more silent electric arcs flickered. Within moments, they too were nothing more than corpses, all eliminated so rapidly and covertly that not a single other person on the battlefield noticed a thing. Clearing the field had taken mere seconds. Now, all that remained was the real prize, the core. The fight on the main battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Desperate, the military hit the dragon square in the eye with a high-powered armor-piercing shot. It finally breached its crystalline armor, drawing a thick rivulet of dark purple-black blood. The creature's pain sent it into a frenzy. It rose up on its hind legs, its massive jaws opening to begin forming a catastrophic orb of pure, destructive energy, the likes of which could obliterate the entire platform and everyone on it. For Li Hexuan, this was the window he'd been waiting for. All of the beast's focus was consumed by the energy attack it was charging. The resonance from the core flared to its zenith, the fracture pulsing wildly. Moving like a flash, Li Hexuan burst from the shadows and darted toward the core. The military and Zhao Qilong both spotted him, their disbelief and fury flashing across their faces. But it was already too late. Li Hexuan didn't waste effort on fancy techniques. He concentrated his power, honing it into a blade of barely visible energy at his fingertips. He slashed cleanly across the fracture, precise and decisive. There wasn't a violent explosion, but a subtle shattering sound, like glass breaking. A fragment of the core, about the size of a human head and radiating iridescent light, broke free. Its raw power surged into him, making his entire frame jolt. He had claimed the prize. But as if in response, the half-formed energy sphere in the beast's mouth destabilized. Disaster loomed. What followed wasn't just a sound. It was more like the violent burst of boundless energy, an unstoppable wave of destruction in deep purple hues, surging outward like a tsunami, erasing everything in its path. On top of the tower, chaos erupted in a heartbeat. A military lieutenant threw himself over a squad member, trying desperately to shield them from the oncoming devastation. In pure survival instinct, Zhao Qilong yanked Zhao Yuhang close, using him as a human shield without hesitation. The ground beneath their feet cracked apart, splitting like brittle glass. Massive support columns, once sturdy and unyielding, collapsed as if they were nothing more than toothpicks. Caught in the seismic rage of the towering beast, military elites, trained to be the best of the best, and Tianqi's feared enforcers were torn apart effortlessly, as if they were nothing more than brittle autumn leaves swept away by an unforgiving storm. In that fragment of a second before the energy sphere spiraled out of control, Li Hushuan had already roared a singular, decisive order: move. He shoved the fragment into his coat and led the group through a narrow corridor. Behind him, the stunned and furious remaining military personnel and Zhao Qilong stared in disbelief as the biggest treasure atop the tower was stolen before their eyes. Bloodshot with rage, they turned their weapons back to pursue. At the constricted entrance of the passage, Zhang Nin suddenly spun around, slamming his massive shield into the ground with a thunderous clang. Beams of energy and a barrage of bullets pelted his shield like a relentless rainstorm, sending sparks flying in every direction. Veins popped on Zhang Nan's arms as he braced against the attacks, his feet splitting the cracking ground beneath him. His body trembled with every blow, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Yet he held steady like an immovable mountain, blocking the advancing pursuers. Li Hushuan didn't leave him to endure for too long. He turned to Su Mengyi and uttered a single instruction. Without hesitation, she pressed her palm against the wall. Vines erupted wildly from the cracks, weaving into a green barricade that sealed the entire corridor. The thin, thorn-covered tendrils writhed with precision, wrapping around the feet and weapons of the chasing enemies. 3 seconds. Fall back. Pulling Zhang Nan away from his guard stance, Li Hushuan led the retreat. They didn't follow the same path they'd entered from. Instead, Li Hushuan veered into a narrow, winding maintenance tunnel, a nearly forgotten escape route buried in his memories from another lifetime. The pursuers tore through the vines and charged forward, only to encounter the first sharp turn in the passage. Without even looking back, Li Hushuan casually snapped his fingers. Boom! On either side of the tunnel, several source crystal devices he had quietly planted earlier overcharged simultaneously. A surge of electromagnetic energy blasted out. The blinding flash momentarily disoriented the leading pursuers, frying their electronic equipment and even pausing their supernatural abilities for a split second. They stumbled and fell into a chaotic heap, while Li Hushuan and his team took full advantage of the diversion to vanish without a trace. Minutes later, they emerged from an unremarkable sewage exit on the west side of the tower and dove deep into the labyrinthine ruins of East City. It wasn't until they were certain their pursuers had been shaken off that they found refuge in the basement garage of a partially collapsed office building. Leaning against the walls, everyone caught their breath in heavy, ragged gasps, many nursing fresh injuries. Zhang Nin slumped down to the ground, his shield battered with dents and cracks. A heavy, somber silence settled over the group. Gradually, every gaze turned to Li Hushuan. From his coat, he pulled out the fragment. Its mere appearance illuminated the dim, gloomy garage. The shard, roughly the size of a human head, radiated iridescent hues and emanated an energy so pure and overwhelming that even standing near it seemed to wash away fatigue and heal injuries. As Li Hushuan tentatively guided an arc of electricity from his ability into the fragment, the shard quivered. In response, the energy ignited and surged out with amplified intensity, a bolt of deep blue and brilliant silver lightning that coursed through every fiber of his being. For a moment, his electrical control gained a significant boost in strength and focus, his abilities feeling sharper and more stable. Even the embryonic form of his lightning punishment domain, which had always required immense focus to sustain, now seemed effortless to manifest, with the arcs of lightning at its edges becoming nearly tangible. The fragment wasn't just a treasure, it was a game-changing tool for those like him who possessed supernatural abilities. But what truly made his pupils shrink in astonishment wasn't the immense power this fragment granted him. Su Mengyi's eyes had been fixated on the shard from the moment it surfaced. Her cheeks flushed slightly, betraying her hesitant curiosity. Finally, she asked quietly, almost shyly, if she could touch it. Even she seemed unaware of the faint longing in her voice. Li Hushuan regarded her for a second and nodded. The moment her fingertips brushed against the shard, everything changed. The shard's iridescent glow erupted in intensity. A surge of vibrant green energy, the purest embodiment of life itself, poured uncontrollably from Su Mengyi's body and merged with the shard. As if in response to receiving such nourishing energy, the shard emitted a sound akin to a pleased hum. Then, an incomprehensibly vast wave of refined life essence surged back into her body. Ah! Her body spasmed uncontrollably, her expression caught in a mix of agony and elation. It felt as though her very blood was ablaze, her cells torn apart and restructured, and a dormant power buried deep within her ancestry was fully awakened by the shard's resonance. Startled, Zhang Nan grabbed his shield and moved to intervene. Li Hexuan stopped him immediately, his voice commanding and urgent. "Don't touch her." His stare remained locked on the unfolding scene, a complex wave of shock and realization coursing through his gaze. This wasn't just any ability. This was a legacy, a phenomenon he had only ever heard of in apocalyptic myths. A whisperer of life, fabled children of nature, destined to wield dominion over all living things. A godlike presence even in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Never in his wildest dreams did Li Hexuan imagine that Su Mengyi, the quiet companion who had followed him all this time, could be such a one-in-a-million existence. And the fragment he had risked everything to seize, it wasn't merely an enhancement. It was the key that unlocked the shackles binding her ancestral power. The light came swiftly, and just as swiftly, it faded. But what had been revealed in those brief moments could never be undone. Li Hexuan wasn't holding a simple fragment anymore. He was holding responsibility for a living legend awakening right under his nose. What that awakening might bring, no one could say. As the shard's kaleidoscopic glimmer retracted, Su Mengyi opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharper, clearer, as though it could peer into the very veins of existence. Without a word, her sight fell on a struggling patch of mutated moss in a concrete crack nearby. A stray thought crossed her mind, and in that instant, the moss seemed to react. It expanded feverishly, spreading across the rough wall until it spelled out the crude shape of the Chinese character for life. Zhang Nan gaped, more stunned than ever. "Holy crap, Mengyi, did you just become sentient or something?" Even Su Mengyi appeared taken aback. She murmured, still coming to terms with the surreal experience. "I think I can hear them." "No," Li Hexuan corrected her, taking back the fragment as his voice steadied with finality. "Not here. Command." He looked her straight in the eye. "You've awakened as the whisperer of life, a legend come to reality. And this shard didn't gift you anything. It just unlocked what was already inside." Holding the glowing fragment in his palm, his somber gaze swept the room, meeting each member of the group. "This isn't just a treasure. It's the foundation of our survival. In a world that eats people alive, this is how we stay alive as one. The power you hold in your hands is the only truth." The adrenaline was still high when one of the sentries came scrambling back, pale as a sheet. "Brother Xian, it's all over the place. Word on the street is we stole the core of the source energy tower. Now, the military in Tianqi are hunting us down everywhere. Tianqi even put a bounty on us. Alive, they want us. Dead, they want the corpse." The tension in the garage instantly plummeted to freezing. Overnight, they had become the enemy of all the major powers. Zhang Nan tightened his grip on his shield. "Zhao Qilong is a higher-tier superhuman. After what we did to him, he's bound to come at us like a rabid dog." Li Hexuan, however, let out a cold laugh. Before he could say more, he suddenly whipped his head around, staring into the darkness at the entrance. "Someone's here." Everyone fell silent, clutching their weapons tightly. Footsteps approached, calm and unhurried. It was just one individual, not concealed, dressed in a sharp military uniform. His rank insignia had upgraded from second lieutenant to first lieutenant. It was none other than the young officer from the tower's summit. "Mr. Li Hexuan, my name is Lin Feng. On behalf of the military of City E, I formally invite you and your team to join the official sanctuary." A sly smile tugged at the corner of Li Hexuan's lips. "Join? That sounds so polite. What you really want is to absorb my team and conveniently acquire this rock in my possession, isn't it?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, we're talking cooperation. What happened at the tower, if you hadn't grabbed the core and forced the beast to go berserk, we would all have died in there. For that, on a personal level, I owe you my life." He paused. "The bounty from Tianqi has flooded through City E. Chun Hao and his crew have gone underground like venomous snakes. Without a reliable ally, the danger to your team will only increase. As for the fragment, its value is essential to the survival of all humanity. The military's goal is research, not seizing it by force." His reasoning was calm, logical, and without condescension. Li Hexuan fell silent. He knew the truth. With barely a dozen people on his side, it was a losing battle to fend off both Tianqi and Chun Hao. But there was no way he would let his fate rest in someone else's hands. Cooperation is possible, he said, his voice ice cold. But under my conditions. First, the Thunder Squad remains absolutely independent. My people answer only to me. Second, I keep the fragment. If the military wants to study it, you show me what you're willing to offer to make it worthwhile. Third, we require an independent base, top-level operational clearance, and priority access to intelligence. With each condition he laid down, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeper. This wasn't cooperation. It was a blatant ploy to gain the upper hand. Mr. Li, your demands are excessive. Are they? Li Hexuan stepped forward, an invisible pressure radiating from him. The faint crackle of electricity fizzed in the air. You need to understand something. I'm not the one asking for charity here. I'm giving you an opportunity. Without me, you wouldn't even begin to comprehend what this fragment is. Say yes, and we're your strongest ally. Say no, and we walk out right now. Try to stop us, and we'll see how well that goes for you. The atmosphere thickened as though the air had turned solid. Lin Feng stared into his unfathomable eyes and found only unwavering confidence. He knew this man meant every word he said. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng exhaled heavily. Fine. The word came out with difficulty, but then his tone shifted, becoming laden with implication. Your terms, I can personally agree to in principle. But you need to understand, the military isn't monolithic. Zhao Qilong is just the mad dog in plain sight. There are plenty more eyes in the shadows watching this fragment. He didn't elaborate further, turning sharply. Follow me. The official sanctuary of City E was built atop a massive underground military defense project. Heavy alloy gates sealed shut behind them, severing the chaotic ruins outside from the structured order of human civilization. High above, automated gun turrets silently scanned and realigned their barrels, while red laser beams briefly swept over each person, precise and deadly. Lin Feng led them to a separate zone of small, independent housing units designed for high-ranking officers and researchers. This is Zone C. From now on, it's the exclusive base for the Thunder Squad. Fully independent, although necessary security measures are in place. The underlying message was clear. This might be a sanctuary, but it was also a gilded cage. As they were about to step inside, a burly officer with captain insignia approached with his entourage, his overt disdain impossible to miss. Lieutenant Lin, these are the big shots you brought back? Trading privileges for a woman and some worthless rock. Honors are earned on the battlefield, not handed out. Zhang Nan's temper flared instantly, but Li Hexuan raised a hand to stop him. He didn't even glance at the captain, instead addressing Lin Feng directly. Where's the lab? Being so openly ignored, the captain's face flushed a livid shade of crimson. Lin Feng, on the other hand, silently noted Li Hexuan's calm composure, elevating his estimation of the man. The moment the lab's doors opened, a strange mix of ozone, metal, and strong coffee assaulted their senses. The place was a mess. An elderly man with wild gray hair and thick goggles was hunched over a machine, muttering to himself, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Don't bother me. This darn source energy, it's like a bratty wild child. Li Hexuan wasted no time, pulling out the fragment. The air buzzed. A shimmering multicolored glow erupted from the fragment as all the lab's instruments lit up in absolute frenzy. Alarms clamored deafeningly. The elderly scientist jolted upright as if shocked, nearly losing his goggles, his eyes instantly glued to the fragment with an almost manic intensity. In the next moment, he lunged forward, snatching it up. To him, Li Hexuan no longer existed. A miracle. This is a perfect energy structure. It self-cycles, self-amplifies. It's alive. This isn't just a stone. It's an entire living universe of energy. He placed the fragment on a testing device and ordered the tech team to set the probes to 30% power. A thin beam of energy shot out, only to be swallowed entirely by the fragment. Then, without warning, it spat it back out. A colossal energy beam, magnified several times over, blasted through 1/2 meter of alloy wall, leaving behind a charred, gaping hole. Pandora. This is the Pandora Energy Stone, the scientist raved, utterly reckless in his excitement. It could change everything: weapons, superhuman abilities, the future of humanity itself. Finally, he turned to Li Hexuan, acknowledging him for the first time. Kid, where the hell did you find this? Where did you find it? At the tower's peak. The elderly man's gaze shifted back to Sumei, his brows furrowing sharply as if he'd discovered something far more extraordinary than the shards before him. He beckoned her forward and gestured for her to place her hand on the device. The moment her fingertip made contact, the previously maxed-out numbers on the display erupted past the limit. A cascade of green, representing life energy, surged like a waterfall, while the warning lights flashed rapidly. Perfect life energy resonance. Dr. Chin exclaimed in disbelief, his whole body trembling. You're not just no, you're beyond an esper. You're the key to decoding this tower and to understanding the essence of life itself. The old man dove headfirst into his frenzied research, ignoring everyone else. Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached, his expression unusually serious. Mr. Li, the military's top brass has reviewed your terms. They've agreed in principle to all of them, Lin Feng said, but then shifted his tone. However, privileges must be earned through strength. The military expects to see the value of your Thunder God squad. He pulled up a holographic map with a blood-red zone marked prominently. All eyes turned toward it. The moment they'd entered this gilded cage, the military had already laid down their trial. But no one knew what awaited them in that crimson region. The first mission hadn't even officially started when Lin Feng laid it out. An enormous chemical plant in the eastern suburbs had been overrun by thousands of mutated beasts. Despite repeated attempts, military cleanup squads had suffered severe casualties. The task now fell to the Thunder God squad. It's not about assisting, Li Hexuan corrected firmly. We'll lead the assault, and you'll assist us. Lin Feng froze for a moment before forcing a bitter smile and nodding. But just as Li Hexuan was about to respond, his eyes casually flicked toward the corner of the laboratory. A researcher who had just been operating some equipment was now hurriedly typing into a terminal, his every movement radiating tension. Li Hexuan's lips curled into a cold sneer. He turned and spoke in a low tone. The battle plan can wait. First, let's deal with a few eavesdropping rats. Lin Feng followed his gaze, his expression darkening in realization. Li Hexuan's approach was direct. They leaked a rumor claiming the core shard research had made a major breakthrough and was being quietly relocated to a more secure facility. The news was intentionally accidentally revealed through carefully arranged channels. That night, a few shadows crept like ghosts from the darkness outside Zone C to the seemingly heavily guarded building. Little did they know, hundreds of meters above, Li Hexuan and Lin Feng were watching their every move on the surveillance feed. The infiltration by Apocalypse runs deeper than I imagined, Lin Feng said through clenched teeth, his fists tightening. Li Hexuan gave a simple command into the communicator: spring the trap. In an instant, dozens of floodlights flicked on. Special operations teams, who had been lying in wait, surrounded the infiltrators from all sides, rifle barrels trained on the clearly panicked spies. The leader turned out to be none other than the same nervous researcher from earlier. A swift, silent cleanup followed, efficient and merciless. By the end of the night, Li Hexuan had established his authority in the military. The next day, as he entered the operations briefing room, even Captain Wang, who had been openly hostile, instinctively avoided his gaze. The military strategists had all proposed conservative battle plans, cautious at every turn. But Li Hexuan dismissed them without hesitation. Approaching the holographic map, he drew a bold red line straight through the fortress, piercing directly into the heart of the most dangerous zone. Break through the center with a decisive strike, he declared. The room fell utterly silent. Everyone stared at the audacious plan. Captain Wang's Adam's apple bobbed as the words "madman" screamed in his mind, but he didn't dare say a thing. Lin Feng was the first to react. You're proposing consolidating the most elite troops into a spearhead, punching straight into the core to neutralize the Spider Queen and collapse the rest of the swarm in one swift blow. My team is the spearhead, Li Hexuan replied, his gaze sharp as he scanned the room. The military's job will be twofold: Block every exit so not even a fly escapes. And when we strike, unload every bit of firepower you've got. No holding back." Without giving anyone a chance to object, he turned to leave. Half an hour later, 3 pitch-black armored vehicles transported the Thunder God Squad and 30 of Lin Feng's hand-picked elites to the eastern suburbs. The entrance to the abandoned subway line loomed ahead like a gaping maw, damp and reeking of decay. "Everyone, put on your protective masks. Watch out for toxic spores," Lin Feng instructed. "That won't be necessary." Su Mingyi stepped forward, her hand pressing firmly against the cold, moldy wall. She closed her eyes, letting the newfound power coursing through her blood pour out like molten silver. A soft emerald glow radiated from her, rippling outward into the darkness. As the life energy spread, the toxic spores in the air evaporated on contact. The stifling stench lifted rapidly, and glowing moss sprouted from the cracks in the walls, illuminating the path ahead. A young soldier instinctively removed his mask and inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in shock. "The air, it's clean." Every soldier stared in awe, suddenly understanding the scope of the seemingly delicate girl's abilities. "Let's move," Li Hexuan ordered. Zhang Nin took the lead, his massive shield raised, an unyielding steel fortress in motion. The oppressive darkness came alive with shrieks as the mutated spiders launched their assault. Poisonous venom and webs splattered against his shield, their greenish sludge useless on the unbreakable bulwark. Soon, countless blood-red eyes gleamed in the shadows. The spiders poured forth like a tidal wave, but the military's crossfire shredded the front lines into a grotesque slurry. "Lightning storm," Li Hexuan roared. Without hesitation, arcs of violent blue lightning erupted from him, amplified by the enclosed space. The sheer force of the electricity turned the swarm into charred husks. A 50-meter stretch of the corridor was cleared instantly. The team smashed through every obstacle in their path and finally arrived at a massive underground transit hub. The ceiling, walls, and columns were thickly coated in gray-white webs. Countless egg sacs squirmed ominously amidst the sticky threads. And in the center of it all stood a monstrous shadow, the Spider Queen herself. A monstrous creature, its sheer bulk comparable to an armored vehicle, with a grotesquely swollen abdomen that made onlookers feel sick, sprawled across the ground. The Spider Queen, on the brink of becoming a quasi-king. The moment it sensed intruders, its abdomen contracted sharply, spewing out thousands of fist-sized spiderlings like an exploding abscess. 2 streams of fiery destruction, a flamethrower and grenade launcher, erupted in tandem, forming twin trails of flames that temporarily held back the torrent of spiders. The Spider Queen, rising with 8 spear-like, metallic appendages, locked onto Li Hexuan and spat a stream of thick, green acid. Zhang Nin stepped in with a lunge, bracing a custom alloy shield against the attack. The corrosive acid ate into the shield, leaving a gaping crater as his arms convulsed with the strain, veins bulging against his skin, teeth gritted almost to breaking. Now, Li Hexuan locked eyes with Lin Feng. In perfect synchronization, they made their move. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of azure wind blades, but they weren't aimed at the Spider Queen itself. Instead, the blades slashed through its nearby webbing and egg sacs, utterly destroying them. For a split second, the Spider Queen's focus shifted, and that was all Li Hexuan needed. In that moment, Li Hexuan became a streak of lightning. Moving impossibly fast, he closed in on the Spider Queen's side, channeling all the amplified power of lightning shards into the tip of his right index finger. Judgment Bolt, single strike penetration. A blinding spear of silver lightning shot forth, impossibly sharp and condensed, plunging directly into the relatively softer junction between the Spider Queen's abdomen and its thorax. Against this concentrated force, its hardened exoskeleton crumbled like paper. The relentless energy of the lightning exploded within the Queen's body, violently tearing through its insides. Green blood gushed like a fountain as the Spider Queen tried to retaliate. But before it could recover, Lin Feng's wind blades locked its limbs in place. The colossal beast collapsed heavily to the ground, its massive body rendered lifeless. With the death of the Spider Queen, the entire nest descended into chaos. The remaining spiders scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. The military paid a heavy price, with 7 or 8 casualties. Yet their victory was far beyond what they had dared to hope. It was so overwhelming it felt almost surreal. A soldier, gazing at Li Hexuan's retreating figure, muttered in awe, "That's Thor. He's a monster." When their convoy returned to the safe haven, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. The wary and judgmental eyes were gone. What replaced them was reverence, curiosity, and even worship. As the soldiers passed through, people instinctively stepped aside to make way. In less than a day, the name Thor transformed into a living legend within the refuge. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, Captain Wang, who had been so arrogant earlier, hurried forward with an ingratiating smile plastered across his face. His posture was hunched, his attitude deferential. "Mr. Li, that was a beautifully executed mission. You've rid us of a huge problem." But Li Hexuan didn't even spare him a glance. He walked past him as if he were nothing more than air. 2 words fell coldly from his lips: "Move aside." Captain Wang's smile froze. In that moment, he understood something fundamental. Some people were simply beyond his reach. Lin Feng approached Li Hexuan, handing him a new batch of official documents. The Thunder Squad is now officially recognized as an S-tier strategic partner. All resources and operational autonomy have been upgraded to the highest levels. Li Hexuan skimmed through the papers briefly before tossing them to one of his team members behind him. "This is nothing more than what we're owed." Even as he spoke, the communication terminal on his wrist suddenly lit up, displaying the highest priority alert. The caller was Dr. Qin, his usually disheveled hair in even greater disarray. The line connected, revealing Dr. Qin's wizened face, which was tense and drained of its usual manic energy. His expression was solemn and filled with a rare sense of urgency. "Li Hexuan, bring the girl to me immediately. Something's happened, no? Something catastrophic has happened." Before he could finish his sentence, the call was cut off abruptly. Whatever had shaken Dr. Qin to this extent couldn't be trivial. When they pushed open the door to the laboratory, they weren't met with chaos, but an almost deathly silence. Everyone inside had stopped what they were doing, their gazes fixed on a single object resting on a diagnostic table, a shard radiating a mesmerizing, multicolored glow. The moment Dr. Qin caught sight of Sumungi, his eyes reddened with emotion. He rushed toward her, gripping her arm firmly. "Girl, one more time. Place your hand on it." Sumungi cast a questioning glance at Li Hexuan, and after receiving his quiet nod of reassurance, she did as asked. The shard responded almost instantly. A radiant green aura pulsed outward, interweaving harmoniously with the shard's multicolored light. On the screen, intricate waveform patterns appeared, stable and full of vibrant rhythm. "Do you see it?" Dr. Qin pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. "Life frequency. A unique, one-of-a-kind life frequency. When we exposed a captured low-grade mutant beast to this frequency, the creature, it stopped attacking. It completely calmed down." He hastily displayed another set of footage, though his expression grew darker and tenser. The prior flicker of hope on his face was quickly overshadowed by mounting dread. Clearly, this discovery had implications far beyond taming a random mutant beast. Sumungi's bloodline, its hidden power, was no longer something they could afford to ignore. Dr. Qin had shown them hope first. The video displayed a patch of scorched, polluted wasteland. Under the influence of the life frequency, the contaminants broke down at visible speed. A mutated clover even developed roots capable of actively absorbing toxins. Restoration, guided evolution. Dr. Qin's eyes burned with fervor once again. "We could regain our land, our food supply. This could reshape the entire post-apocalyptic landscape." Li Hexuan's heartbeat quickened. No one understood the ramifications better than he did. But Dr. Qin's voice turned grim, his newfound excitement doused by a cold dose of reality. His hand gestured toward a nearby machine, its display filled with indecipherable data fragments. But his voice dropped to an ominous whisper. On the 5th high-intensity experiment, when the frequency peaked, a signal swept past from outside E-City. We couldn't trace its origin or decipher its structure. It wasn't electromagnetic. It wasn't sound. It was something we couldn't comprehend. His tone sank even lower, as if afraid some unseen force might overhear. Our experiment lit a beacon in the darkness, And something out there saw it. Li Hexuan's pupils narrowed as a chill climbed up his spine. Dr. Qin's words aligned uncannily with fragmented rumors from his previous life. Rumors of beings beyond king tier, creatures labeled lord tier, that ruled over domains like sovereigns. These were no mere beasts. They were apocalyptic overlords in every sense of the word. Mr. Li, Su Mingyi's soft voice broke through his thoughts. Her brow was furrowed, her eyes shut tight. Something feels different. I can hear so many small, fragile lives in the ruins of the city. Their crying, yearning. Each resonance with the shard awakened her bloodline further. Her sensory reach strained, expanding wildly. The whole city's sorrow seemed to pour into her mind like a haunting symphony. This was a gift and a curse, one that was only beginning to unravel its true magnitude. An unstoppable fracture. That night, she meditated alone, trying to untangle the chaotic voices in her mind. Her senses extended beyond the walls, drifting into the desolate ruins. She could hear the wind, the mutated plants struggling to grow beneath the concrete, and the anguished cries of all life. Then, all the sounds abruptly vanished. A chilling, soul-freezing pressure descended upon her. In her mental perception, she looked up. What greeted her was an infinite expanse of sky. Beyond the polluted clouds, a pair of incomprehensibly massive eyes slowly opened. These were not human eyes made of flesh and blood, but colossal orbs of pure energy, cold nebulae, and absolute indifference. They gazed down upon East City, as if observing an anthill beneath human feet, neither angry nor curious, just coldly, divinely scrutinizing. With just a brief glance, the enormous eyes vanished silently. Ah! She jolted awake from her meditation with a terrified scream, drenched in cold sweat. In a heartbeat, the door was kicked open as Li Hexuan and Zhang Nin stormed in. Her lips trembled as she managed to squeeze out a few fragmented words. Eyes. There was a pair of eyes in the sky watching us. In the military's high-level command room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Lin Feng stared sharply at Li Hexuan, his voice tense. Are you saying she perceived some incomprehensible entity observing us from above? It wasn't just observing. Li Hexuan's tone was icy, devoid of any hint of emotion. It was scrutinizing, like a person deciding when to step on an ant. Lin Feng inhaled sharply and roared for the highest-level emergency protocol to be activated. All detection systems were turned to maximum power, scanning the skies and ground around the clock. Yet after 3 intense days and an enormous expenditure of energy, they found nothing. The giant eyes had appeared and disappeared without a trace. The fragile calm wasn't going to last. On the 4th day, the peace was shattered, not by the eyes in the sky, but by something else entirely. Zone C's alarms blared. A communications officer, pale as a sheet, rushed in. Brother Xian, Alpha Team 3, which went out to gather supplies, has gone dark. All communication equipment failed at the same time, and even the military's emergency distress signals are not getting through. Zhang Nan's expression drastically shifted. It hit close to home. The captain of Team 3, Monkey, was someone he had personally mentored as his right-hand man. Last known coordinates, Li Hexuan demanded. His voice was emotionless, but anyone who knew him could sense the lethal storm brewing behind his calm facade. West Industrial Zone. They went to retrieve a batch of special alloys. Prepare the vehicles. Before their transport could even come to a full stop at the site, a suffocating stench of blood flooded their senses. The scene was eerie. The transport truck stood intact at the roadside. No signs of mutated beasts, no explosions, no struggles, just dead bodies. 5 members of Team Thunder lay quietly next to the vehicle, their faces frozen in expressions of shock. Their fatal injuries were clean and precise: throat or heart, immediate kills. Zhang Nin jumped out of the vehicle, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized Monkey among the fallen. Monkey's eyes were still wide open, his hand clutching a knife he hadn't even had a chance to swing. A guttural, beast-like howl tore from Zhang Nan's chest as his fist slammed into a concrete wall, leaving a deep hole. Apocalypse. I swear I'll make you pay in blood. Li Hexuan didn't shout. He crouched and methodically examined each body and every detail around the scene. His eyes grew colder than ice. The attackers were human, highly skilled, professionally trained. Traces of an energy interference device are still here. They jammed all communications. His gaze locked onto the ground, where something metallic gleamed beneath one of the vehicle's tires, a special emblem crafted from exotic metal. It depicted a soaring eagle, its piercing gaze set with a tiny red gemstone, the mark of a high-ranking member of Apocalypse Corporation. A warning, he muttered, rolling the emblem between his fingers as his eyes narrowed. They left this on purpose. It's a trap. So what if it's a trap? I say we go wipe them out now. Zhang Nan's anger flared even hotter at those words. First, we bring our brothers home. Li Hexuan's tone was soft but non-negotiable. But as Zhang Nan bent down to lift Monkey's body, everything shifted in an instant. The moment of eerie silence shattered. On the rooftops of the nearby ruins, several blazing red dots lit up, locking onto the three of them with deadly precision. Down! Li Hexuan's shout came just as a barrage of destructive energy beams erupted from every direction, reducing the spot they had just stood on to rubble and dust. Well, quick reflexes, thundered Li Hexuan. A cold, arrogant voice echoed from a loudspeaker, tauntingly filling the air of the industrial ruins. Figures began emerging from the shadows, surrounding the trio. Leading them was a middle-aged man with sinister features, clad in an immaculate tactical uniform. He emanated the overwhelming aura of a high-tier powered individual. Behind him, 8 elite soldiers were encased in full-bodied, silver-gray power armor. Their miniature energy packs hummed with a sinister undertone, and their energy rifles still emitted faint wisps of smoke. Apocalypse Corporation's cutting-edge technology, the remnants of pre-apocalyptic advancements in single-soldier warfare. Zhao Wuji, Li Hexuan said coldly, slowly straightening himself. The name came out like a venomous hiss. In his past life, Zhao Wuji had been Apocalypse's ace enforcer in East City, a high-ranking Earth element energy manipulator, and the younger brother of Apocalypse's CEO, Zhao Qilong. Ah, so you still remember me, Zhao Wuji sneered, his gaze flicking toward the lifeless bodies on the ground without an ounce of pity. My useless nephew died at your hands, didn't he? I'm here today to settle the score. His eyes lingered on Su Mengyi, hungrily, before snapping back to Li Hexuan. Hand over the core shard. Give me the girl too, and I'll give you a quick death. Zhang Nan slammed his massive shield onto the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the enemy. Su Mengyi's hands began to pulse with a vibrant green light as countless dormant plant seeds scattered in the air stirred to life, responding to her power. But Li Hexuan didn't look the slightest bit intimidated. With several red dots trained on him and the group surrounded by an elite kill squad, he stepped forward, facing the oppressive aura head-on. Faint currents of electricity began to curl around his body like a silent storm. Revenge? You think you're even worth it? His tone was cutting, dripping in scorn. Just trash like you? Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted sharply at the casual insult, his face twisting in rage. Arrogant fool. Turn him to dust. All 8 power-armored soldiers activated their energy packs to full capacity. Their rifles erupted, not with a single unified beam, but an onslaught of high-energy particles and solid projectiles. It was a storm of death, sealing off every possible avenue of escape for the trio. The back of his collar and dragged him across the debris-strewn battleground. Each step he took echoed with a purposeful calm, the surrounding destruction stark in its silence, like the unnerving quiet after a violent storm. Don't. Zhao Wuji coughed weakly, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, his voice barely audible. Please, spare me. Li Hexuan didn't respond, his face devoid of emotion, like frost glazing over an unfeeling statue. He stopped abruptly, tossing Zhao Wuji's limp body at the feet of his allies, whose faces were frozen in horror. I suggest you remember, Li Hexuan's voice was low but chilling, carrying weight like the ring of a death knell. This is what happens when you think you can control the world with only machines and greed. It is not the tools you wield, but the hearts and minds behind them that determine true strength. His piercing gaze bore into each soldier and officer, a silent challenge electrifying the air, a reminder that the power he commanded wasn't something that could be measured, replicated, or countered simply with technology. Then, without another glance, he turned his back on them, heading toward the shattered courtyard like a specter fading into the aftermath of carnage. Behind him, silence reigned. The once proud high-tech warriors of Tianxi now resembled frightened ghosts, their once powerful exosuits now smoldering wreckage. None dared speak, none dared move, as if any sound might reignite the wrath of the force that had obliterated their invincibility. Zhao Wuji lay in a heap, his body broken and lifeless, but for a ragged breath that seemed only to mock his defeat. He muttered incoherently, sobbing like a man who had glimpsed the abyss and been swallowed whole. He's not human, not human. His trembling eyes stared at nothing, as though utterly lost to madness. Meanwhile, Zhang Nan, whose tower shield stood battered but unbreached, and Su Mai, her delicate yet resilient figure surrounded by the remnants of withered vines, approached Li Hexuan. Exhaustion etched on their faces, yet in their eyes gleamed an unspoken trust and admiration for the enigmatic leader who had turned the tide when the odds were impossible. "Bro Hexuan," Zhang Nan called out, his voice as steady as he could muster despite the tremor in his overexerted arms. "What next?" Li Hexuan paused mid-step, his lean silhouette outlined against the fiery ruin behind him. Without turning, he answered in the same calm yet authoritative tone, "We go forward. We still have a world to save." These few words reignited their resolve, like a spark to dry kindling. The three of them stood together, battered but unbroken, their determined figures the last remaining hope in a land where chaos reigned supreme. No longer were they merely hunted fugitives. In that moment, they became the storm, the resistance, the guardians that flickered in defiance against the looming shadow of technology gone awry. Their saga had only begun, and though the odds still stood against them, they pressed on, because someone had to. Someone always had to. His ankle shifted as he turned toward the SUV. "Bring the boys. We're going home," he said, his tone as calm as if he had just squashed an ant. When he dragged Zhao Wuji's nearly lifeless body back to the sanctuary, the entire place erupted into chaos. Crowds lined the roads, staring at the charred and broken figure he dragged behind him, then looking up at Li Hexuan's emotionless face, a palpable chill creeping into their hearts. This wasn't a boast, it was a proclamation. To every faction in East City, it was the bloodiest, most unambiguous warning. Lin Feng approached, his seasoned eyes narrowing despite years of witnessing death. Seeing Zhao Wuji's state, even he flinched. "Finished," Li Hexuan declared, tossing the man onto the ground like a piece of trash. "The remnants of apocalypse in East City, they're yours now." Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stronghold. The news spread like wildfire. Thor, alone, decimated Apocalypse's elite unit, captured the high-ranking ability user Zhao Wuji, and destroyed him in public. The events sent shockwaves through the already volatile East City, toppling its fragile balance of power. The remnants of Apocalypse were paralyzed without leadership, while other survivor factions were racked with unease. The realization sank in. East City's order had shifted. Li Hexuan was now its uncontested king. Later that afternoon, the military issued a statement. All survivor factions unaffiliated with the military had 24 hours to report to the sanctuary and pledge allegiance. Fail to comply, and they would be deemed enemies to be eradicated. The ultimatum left no room for negotiation. The message was clear. This was Thor's law. Most of the smaller faction leaders were pragmatic. It didn't take long for them to load up their supplies and march toward surrender. When faced with overwhelming strength, clinging to false hope was a death wish. But some were blinded by greed. The industrial port zone, the territory of East City's largest gang, the Iron Crocodile Society. Its leader, Iron Crocodile, was a vicious and brutal mid-tier water element ability user. In a drunken rage, he smashed his bottle to the ground. "Who does this Li Hexuan think he is?" he snarled. "Just got lucky stumbling on a damn trinket, and now he wants us to bow down? Not a chance." With his fiery words, he spurred a handful of other stubborn factions to his cause. Soon, they'd amassed over 1,000 people and nearly 100 ability users, holding down the port zone, a naturally fortified maze of water routes and defensible positions. They believed they could challenge Li Hexuan. What they failed to understand was that, to Li Hexuan, they were nothing more than pigs gathered in one pen, waiting for slaughter. As the 24-hour deadline passed, Li Hexuan stood atop the sanctuary wall, overlooking the sea of those who had surrendered below him. Lin Feng handed him a list. Everyone's here, he said, except for the port zone holdouts. Li Hixuan didn't bother glancing at the list. His eyes were fixed to the east, in the direction of the port zone. Turning to the crowd, he raised his voice, each word carrying across the open air with sharp clarity. You've made the right choice, he said. Now it's time to prove it. He raised a hand, pointing toward the port. The Iron Crocodile Society has defied my orders. Their punishment is extermination. Take up arms. Lead the charge with me to annihilate the port zone. The crowd froze in place. He wanted them, those who had just sworn allegiance, to turn against their former fellow survivors. It was a heartless move, cruel to its very core. But under his cold, piercing gaze, no one dared to object. Trembling, they picked up weapons, reorganized quickly into makeshift battalions of cannon fodder. 30 minutes later, an unprecedented mixed force was advancing toward the port zone. Dozens of armored military vehicles led the charge down the roads, while a flotilla of modified assault boats sliced through the waters. The combined land and sea encirclement tightened with each minute. Meanwhile, the Iron Crocodile's forces still clung to the delusion that their natural fortifications would keep them safe. Far from it. In the cramped control room of the sanctuary, Dr. Chen's hands shook as he pointed to the eastern monitor. The screen displayed a blinding crimson-black zone of no-man's land energy, so intense it pushed the equipment beyond its measurement scale. It wasn't a horde of monsters. It was an ecosystem, a living war machine driven by one singular, overwhelming will. At its center was the one who had been silently observing Thor's operations from above, a watcher. Before he could explain further, the blaring wail of a first-grade combat alarm pierced the night sky, tearing the survivors away from their mere moments of fragile hope and slamming them back into the heart of the apocalypse. Up on the walls, the ground itself trembled. The far horizon turned black, as if ink had spilled across it, revealing a massive tide of writhing monstrous figures charging toward the city. Overhead, uncountable flocks of mutant birds darkened the sky, their blood-red eyes fixed on the illuminated city below like predators eyeing their doomed prey. Land and sky offered no avenue of escape. Open fire, Lin Feng bellowed, his blade flashing as hundreds of heavy cannons and energy weapons roared into the night. Explosions tore into the approaching horde, shredding the monsters in the vanguard. Zhang Nan was the first to leap off the 50-foot-high wall, his massive frame crashing into the horde like a meteor. Unleashing his titan strength, every swing of his hammer turned everything in his vicinity into pulp. Inspired, over 1,000 Thunder God soldiers followed suit, charging into the fray. But it wasn't enough. The swarm was too vast, their numbers seemingly limitless. Wave after wave threw themselves into the attack, trampling over their fallen to press forward. The alloy walls creaked and hissed under corrosive claws and acid. The Thunder God soldiers' lines were pushed back and torn apart. One after another, young warriors fell, their screams silenced in moments. By the end of just the first assault, the military's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Despair spread like wildfire, gripping every corner of the sanctuary. And then, inexplicably, the tide of monsters parted. It was like the sea splitting itself. A path cleared as a single figure emerged from the rear. It wasn't just any monster. It was a colossus, a mountain of living flesh and armor. Its body shimmered with obsidian-like crystalline plating, and a massive, spiraling horn jutted from its head, crackling with dark red energy so intense it made hearts stop. A Lord-class being. Though it never made a sound, its presence was deafening. Its immense, chilling mental howl exploded in the minds of everyone present. The message was unmistakable: annihilation. The sanctuary descended into chaos. Only moments ago, they had found unity and hope. Now, it all crumbled beneath the weight of terror. Li Hixuan remained atop the wall. He didn't look down at the crumbling defenses or the terrified masses. He knew, against such an entity, conventional methods were utterly futile. He extended his hand, a small, deceivingly ordinary object resting in his palm. The core he had taken from Zhao Wuji, now radiating with. The dazzling shards of radiant colors sparkled in the air. Then, before the horrified eyes of everyone around, he pressed one of the fragments forcefully into his own chest. The shard slipped seamlessly into his flesh, as if it had always belonged there. A wild energy, powerful enough to tear apart everything, surged from his heart and coursed through his entire body. Li Hexuan let out a pained, guttural roar, his skin cracking inch by inch to reveal bones beneath, glowing with currents of crackling lightning. In that instant, his power resonated with the core energy source and with the boundless lightning in the heavens. He had broken through a king tier. His head snapped upward, and his eyes no longer had whites or pupils, replaced instead by roiling storms of electricity. The entire structure of Apex Tower beneath his feet crumbled as a sky-piercing pillar of lightning shot upward from him, tearing through the dark, avian-filled clouds above. Thunder Punishment Domain. A dome-shaped field of lightning, spanning over 5 kilometers, erupted outward. Within the domain, countless serpentine bolts of lightning writhed madly among the clouds. In the next instant, tens of thousands of silver judgment strikes rained down like a torrential storm, indiscriminately bombarding every inch of the battlefield below. The mighty mutated beasts, some of which had been seemingly untouchable, fell like fragile bubbles under the relentless strikes of lightning. Whether F-class fodder or elite creatures rivaling top-tier superhumans, they all turned to charred husks upon being struck. The battlefield transformed into an execution ground, where divine judgment was carried out without mercy. The soldiers atop the city walls stood frozen in shock, their weapons drooping uselessly in their hands. That wasn't the power of a man, it was the wrath of the heavens. But in that very moment, a wave of oppressive, malevolent will crashed into Li Hexuan's spirit like an invisible hammer cleaving through the thunder. The Beast Lord, enraged after witnessing its army annihilated, had finally unleashed its fury. Li Hexuan shuddered violently midair. His figure flickered unnaturally, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained standing, enduring an assault that could shatter the psyche of even the strongest enhanced beings. His domain held firm. Is that all you've got? He wiped the blood from his mouth, a manic and frigid grin spreading across his face. He raised his right hand. Within the domain, every serpentine lightning bolt froze as if responding to the call of their sovereign before rushing toward his palm, defying all natural laws. The sky dimmed as every speck of light was drawn into his grasp, forming a massive spear of pure judgment lightning, over 100 meters long. It hovered above him, so dense and concentrated that even the surrounding space began to twist and wail under its intense pressure. From afar, the Beast Lord felt a desperate, primal fear for the first time. Instinct screamed at it to flee, but its pride as the ruler of the battlefield demanded it stand firm. It roared defiantly, the dark obsidian armor across its body glowing with a molten red hue, as a colossal energy shield materialized before it, dense and unyielding like a mountain. Li Hexuan's arm swung forward with ruthless resolve. Judgment. The colossal spear erupted from his grasp, piercing forward like a beam capable of splitting heaven and earth. As the spear slammed into the shield, an explosion brighter than the sun detonated at the center of the battlefield. A ring-shaped shockwave rippled outward, cracking the alloy walls of the city, while the ground beneath East City quaked under the impact, the force akin to a small nuclear blast. When the light finally faded, a massive crater, 500 meters in diameter, scarred the battlefield's center. The Beast Lord's shield was covered in a web of fractures before shattering into countless motes of light. While the spear had expended 90% of its energy, its remaining power still pierced through the beast's thick armor, entering through its left shoulder blade and exiting from its back. Lava-like blood gushed out, molten red and scalding. The excruciating pain ignited the beast's feral rage. Locking onto Li Hexuan's hovering figure above the city walls, the beast charged forward, its massive form barreling ahead like a runaway semi-truck, determined to crush the tiny human under its raw might. But Li Hexuan, pale as paper, remained unflinching. Maintaining the domain and conjuring the massive spear had drained him completely. He had never been this weak. Yet the look in his eyes was colder than the depths of an icy abyss. He pushed the fragment embedded in his chest, now fused with his heart, to its absolute limit. It's time to end this. His figure vanished. In the next instant, He reappeared like a spectral wraith atop the charging beast's skull. In his grip was a slender, metallic blade of pure silver lightning, barely over a meter long, but as solid as if it were forged. Without hesitation, he drove the blade deep into the beast's exposed shoulder, the same wound left by the spear. Detonate. The unleashed electrons surged wildly, flowing through the beast's body like ignited explosives. Following the paths of its energy veins, the storm found its way to the brain and life core. A muffled boom resounded from within, causing the beast to freeze mid-charge. The brutal crimson gleam in its eyes rapidly faded into confusion and lifelessness before its mountain-like frame collapsed with a resounding crash, falling just outside the city walls and sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. The Beast Lord was dead. Without its commanding will, the remaining creatures descended into chaos, screeching and scattering like a receding tide into the shadows. The crisis was over. Li Hushuan slowly descended from the air, landing atop the fallen behemoth's corpse. He panted heavily, his face devoid of color, drained from head to toe. He had won, but it was a victory won at a devastating cost. He turned his focus to absorb the Beast Lord's energy core, but hesitated mid-motion. Deep within the wound on the beast's shoulder, something glimmered amidst the blood. Raising his hand, he summoned the mysterious object to him with electromagnetic force. It was a palm-sized metal plate, neither iron nor gold, cold to the touch, with no detectable energy signature. On its surface was an eerie, contorted rune etched with a technique entirely unfamiliar to him. Cold dread settled like a stone in Li Hushuan's chest. That plate, it had been deliberately implanted in the beast's body. This catastrophic assault on Thunder City wasn't a natural disaster. It was man-made chaos,